Good morning from Headingley. Welcome to the first ever disability fixture hosted at this ground between the Yorkshire Presidents 11 and an England Disability 11. The news from the middle is that Yorkshire have won the toss and will bowl first, 30 overs per side, and the teams are, for Yorkshire we have Liam Thomas, captained by Gordon Laidlaw, who's come out of retirement to play in this game, first time he's played at Headingley. Edward Denton, Curtis Sugden, who will keep wicket, Kyle Clayton, Jake Oakes, Luke Riley, Owen Morris, Cameron Cooper, Rob Hewitt, Adnan Ghani and Alex Jervis. The England 11 is George Greenway, Stephen George, Joel Harris, Nathan Cadell, their captain Chris Edwards, Alfie Pyle, Tom Wilson, Esther Sainsbury, James Norton, Jordan Williams, Brendan Parr and Ben Sutton. Yorkshire do have a couple of interchange possibilities. I think the plan is that both teams will play 12 and bat 11 and things like that, and you'll see a few people interchanging. Matt Bateman, for example, Yorkshire's captain, has just come back from injury, so I don't think he's fit to play a full part in the game, but we expect him to bowl and not bat. So there will be some little bit of differences here and there that we have to get our head around and things like that. But it's promising to be a fantastic day. There's a decent smattering of spectators in the East Stand, where the players are changing for this game, and the umpires are not a million miles away from getting us going. Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day, so we're all set for a cracking day, a historic day. I'm Graham Hardcastle. We'll take you through the next few hours and see how we go. And the umpires, Howard Tomlinson and Andrew Day, are making their way to the middle at the moment. Gordon Laidlaw has been interviewed, I'm not 100% sure, the Yorkshire captain, but he was spoke to him earlier in the week, and he just couldn't say no to the invitation of coming out of retirement. He was Yorkshire's captain in 2023 when they won the National Quest League title, coming up from into that top flight, being promoted the year before, so that was quite the achievement to go and win that title. He retired at the end of that season, but has been asked to come and play in this game and captain Yorkshire as well, which he was only too happy to do. Proud moment for the England Physical Disability World Cup winner in 2015. Plenty of Ashes winners across both teams. England obviously, as they say on the tin, in many ways, and the Yorkshire 11 does have quite a few internationals in there. So the Yorkshire players who will play for England generally have come and played for Yorkshire in this game to kind of even out the quality across the two teams. The teams will be made up of 4 players from each of the categories, so there will be 4 deaf players, 4 learning disability players and 4 physical disability players, so there's an even split across the two teams, and we're expecting a very competitive game on that basis, given the teams have been selected by Jane Powell and Owen Jervis. Jane Powell, of course, Yorkshire's president, and she doubles up as the ECB's disability performance manager. So there's the link there. So yeah, just a reminder: Yorkshire have won the toss and elected to bowl, and the players are in the middle at the moment. Brendan Parr and Joel Harris will open the batting for England, and Adnan Ghani will take the new ball. Pakistan Deaf International. Adnan, who plays his league cricket for Thongsbridge in the Huddersfield League. Seems like we can expect a few fireworks from Brendan Parr if he gets going. He's a big hitting batter who he's a gun salesman as well, so yeah, interesting line of work, and I suspect there'll be a few fireworks from him if he gets himself set. Yorkshire starting with 2 slips. Away we go. Joel Harris, an Ashes winner in 2022 with the England Deaf side. There's the second ball after that quick single. Right start for the England side. What looks a green pitch. As we've come to be used to at Headingley, it'll have decent pace, decent carry, and that green tinge will probably be quite deceptive. It'll be a very, very good pitch. So, 3 for none in the opening over. Defended, and we'll be joined by one of the England squad. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Huge day for disability cricket.
Yeah, it really is, and stages like this are really big for growing the format of our game. And yeah, days like this is exactly what we want to be involved in. Really exciting.
Tell us a bit about yourself.
So my name's James. I've been part of the England Physical Disability Squad since 2017. I'm a sort of right arm medium pace seam bowler and sort of lower order batter within that side, and then I'm also captain of the Middlesex Disability First 11.
And you've had a good season.
Yes.
With the national title.
Yeah, we've been close for a long time. I think we've been runners up 4 years on the spin to 4 different teams, including Yorkshire last year. So it's been great to get finally over the line this year. It's been really good.
just saying at the start of proceedings that Brendan Parr is supposed to be a big hitter and a gun salesman as well, which is quite a potent combination, I would think.
To be honest, until I met Brendan, I never met a gun salesman, but I think he's exactly what you'd expect a gun salesman to look like. He is, I'm not sure if the camera quite does it justice when you stand next to him in person. He is huge.
Yeah, he looks a man mountain.
And hits exactly the type of ball you'd expect someone of his size to be able to hit. So he's come into our PD squad over the last couple of years and just added a completely new dimension with his ability to strike the ball and how quickly he can change a game.
Right.
So somebody who only needs 10, 15 balls to have a huge impact on the game, just can completely change the momentum of a match really, really fast. And if he faces any more than those kind of balls, then yeah, he's a proper match winner.
Luke Riley will share the new ball. England 5 for none after 1. We've been blessed with the weather today.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it?
It's a lovely day, isn't it? Lovely early September morning.
Yorkshire's really rolled out the best of its weather for us today.
Yeah. It's been very hit and miss, hasn't it, the weather this year? But we don't seem to have lost a great amount of cricket up here over the last couple of months. It was a little bit sketchy at the start of the summer.
Yeah, I'm very much a southerner, but yeah, maybe the rumours about the weather up here and beyond actually as founded as we're led to believe.
No, absolutely. There's the first boundary of the day is guided wide of slip. So from the last, just concentrating on the county competition, obviously Yorkshire won that last year, picking you guys. I mean, for them to do that in the first season after promotion was quite the achievement. Even though it would have probably hurt you guys quite a lot, it's still one that can be admired in many senses.
Yeah, they were probably a surprise package. Like, we knew they were a good side because we played them in. Our first team had played them in pre-season the year before, the year they got promoted, and they'd given us a really good run out. The week before the season started, and then they actually beat our second 11 in the promotion final the year they went up, so we knew they were a good side. To be honest, I don't think anyone necessarily expected they'd be there or thereabouts to go in and push for the title in that first year, but it shows what a good side they are. They've got some really good cricketers, and I know a few of the lads on the side, and I was really pleased with them. Like, they really deserved it. They worked really hard, and it's a testament to everything that everyone involved had put in.
Well, if the first boundary was guided and was full of finesse, the second one was a bit more powerful, as that's cut. Point. Decent start from England. 14 for none in the second over. Harris is into double figures. He has 11 off 7 balls.
It's an area of strength for him, sort of outside off stump off, sort of through that backward point region by the looks of it.
The pitch is certainly super as well.
Yeah.
There's decent pace.
Yeah,
decent carry in the surface. You know, as a batter, certainly in one-day cricket, that you'll get full value for your shots here.
Yeah, even just sort of going through the bowl throughs this morning, like the level of extra sort of carry you get playing on a first-class ground, and keepers taking the ball that little bit higher and bowlers sort of feeling like you can get the ball through. And I get the flip side for that for batters is I think the feedback from the nets they had this morning is you could really trust the surface and you could really trust the ball coming on and play your shots. So yeah, it should make for a really good game of cricket.
Personally, what's your summer been like? I mean, you obviously had a title win, title success with Middlesex, but have you contributed to that? And
How are things going for you personally?
Yeah, really good actually. It's been a really good summer. So from a PD squad perspective, our summer was fairly front loaded. So we had 4 or 5 games towards the start of the summer against various opposition, including the Army, the MCC, Leicestershire Academy. So we had some good run-outs in those. We picked up some good results, I think, on the back of a tour to India last year. Learned a little bit about ourselves and sort of preparing for hopefully a tour back out there this winter. So there's been a lot of focus around that, and personally I feel like I've done quite well within that, which has been nice.
I mean, we're obviously here at a test match ground on that tour of India. You guys played at the Narendra Modi Stadium, didn't you, in Ahmedabad? What was that experience like, given it was the World Cup final venue for Australia, India, just a couple of months before? What was it, 100,000, something like that? I mean, that must have been quite the experience.
It was really surreal, and actually on a personal level, I made my debut there as well. So in terms of like places in world cricket to go and play your first international game, it was a pretty special day. It was probably the biggest crowd I think most of us have played in front of as well. There were a few locals in it. It made for a really good atmosphere and a really good day, and we had a really, really good result on that day as well. So yeah, pretty special experience to play at venues like that and venues like this, and it's one of the really exciting things about the growth state that our format in the game is in at the moment, that those opportunities for us are becoming even more frequent, and that's really amazing.
I mean, I think when you look at Yorkshire's progression as a disability structure over the last probably 3 to 4 years, you maybe look at post-COVID, maybe it's another quick single, all throws, there's going to be 4 of them as well. Onto the fast bowler.
Yeah,
I won't be particularly chuffed at that.
Frustrating is that it was really good pressure from Joel and Brenny actually, because it's a really good run. It was something we sort of spoke about at the top of the day, that we wanted to be really dynamic with how we ran between the wickets, and I'm a big believer that with those kind of things sometimes you make your own luck. A good run which not only rotates strike, and then they've got a little bit of luck to get a bit more value for it, but yeah, frustrating one for a bowler.
Goddamn guys. No additions to Yorkshire's defocus like for this their first team. And after that title, they looked at kind of going with a little bit less experience, and the league, I suspect, out now probably flies in the face of that a little bit, an experienced cricketer. But when you're changing the dynamics of the team and bringing through youth, you've still got to some new experience as well, haven't you? A key part of their development over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and it's a challenge that we've started to speak about at Middlesex, obviously having won it once. How do you then go and build for the future to make it so it's not just something you achieve once, but you can go and have that slightly longer term for success? There's a squad with a lot of experience in it as well. How do we keep providing that pathway for players to come through so that the next 5-10 years are as good or even better than the last 5-10 years have been? And Yorkshire are going through that same journey. It's actually the first time I've seen him bowl, because our game against Yorkshire, unfortunately, this year was rained off. He does look like he gets a through there, doesn't he?
He does. There was one ball I was watching him in the warm-ups, and it made you like, we'll take a bit. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, just going back to what I was saying, kind of the balls ago, that the kind of development of Yorkshire, seemingly post the last 3 or 4 years post-COVID, has been quite astronomical in many ways. Do you think that's mirrored at international level as well? Do you think that the visibility of the game has really kicked on, and the progression, all that kind of thing?
Yeah, 100%. I think that the post-COVID sort of window that you've spoken about has been really big the last couple of years for the game. The effects of having a flagship tournament as in the DPO, which the final's been carried live on Sky, the investment from the ECB to put the streams and the commentary in place for those games has done a really good job at just raising the visibility of our format of cricket. And I think we've seen the effects of that in the standards of the game, the players that have started to come into the game. Brendan's a good example of that, as somebody who's come into the game since finding out about it over the last couple of years and done a really good job of sort of helping to push that level on. And as a result, we're seeing the level of cricket get higher and higher. So the county competition's getting harder and harder to win each year because every team keeps getting better. And the effect of having a really strong domestic game is obviously that then pushes and makes our international sides better. Our players who are in those squads at the moment have to keep working harder to stay in those places because there's always that upward pressure now from the domestic game, and it's only good at the international level, which is really good.
From the scene of Long Riley, all the way through the fourth over, England 22 for 9, Graham Hardcastle alongside James Morgan. England side.
Started well with Luke. He's found a really good length there in this sort of second over, hasn't he?
He has. He's not got the pace of Adnan easily, but he's certainly, as you say, he's found that length. That's more so than line, really, having been down to the anti-third man and then cut through point. Few issues so far.
I think it's a really important thing when trying to bowl with Brendan as well, because he's so strong in front of square and he's so good at putting away any misses that are full. Trying to not give him too much space to free his arms is really important.
Ooh, that's out. Oh no! Joel Harris. With a little bit of lapse in concentration, but the throw comes in, direct hit at the non-striker's end. Yorkshire there first.
Really bit of awareness at mid-on, wasn't it? I'm not quite sure who threw it, but very good bit of game awareness as it just flicked off the bowler. I think it was Jake Oakes. It's a great throw.
Sort of Surrey-based Yorkshireman Jake Oakes, who doesn't play very often for Yorkshire. You see, coming down from Joel Harris's what's happened. On reflection, it was an important hand from the bowler as well, wasn't it? I suspect had he not got that hand on him, it may well have been four.
Yeah, the ball looks like it's run away really quickly so far this morning in the warm-ups as well, so yeah, not just creating that opportunity to run out balls, so yeah, as you said, actually possibly saving a boundary as well.
Sussex's Alfie Pyle is 9. Into the action straight away, following that. Send another quick single. As you were saying, that's one thing you guys have identified. It's turned into performance as well. You've managed to implement that plan quite well over the first 5 overs.
Yeah, we've been very busy these first 13 balls, Brendan. It's maybe not the type of innings so far that we know him for. He hasn't accessed the boundary yet, but he's done a really good job of getting a lot of bat on ball. He's run really well. He's put pressure on fielders within the ring. He's set himself a nice little platform to kick on from here.
off stump. No?
Another batter, Alfie, who can be incredibly destructive once he gets into the area. He had a very, very big 100 for Sussex a couple of years ago, actually at the county ground at home against Surrey, I think it was. So he's got previous playing on first class grounds and good decks as well.
Disability over the year as well.
Yes.
Quite a lot of success in recent times.
Yeah, Mayday's on the back of a really strong domestic performance for Sussex, and also in the DPL. I think made a debut for the England LD team out in South Africa on their most recent tour, where they won their series out there.
I mean, clearly this is a massive day for Yorkshire cricket.
Yeah.
And I guess for you guys, the chance to really build momentum for various upcoming commitments won't want to be passed up, will it really, as well? So it's a good seed.
Yeah, 100%. We said at the top of the day, like these games where we bring together a side for the day, so it's obviously a little bit different because it's not necessarily the same continuity as we have maybe when we play as just a PD squad or just an LD squad or just a deaf squad. But one, it's a really nice opportunity to represent disability cricket across all its forms. But also every time we get the chance to pull on an England shirt, it's a big game. And it's a big deal, and we take a huge amount of pride in doing that, and particularly when it's days where we have opportunities to play at venues like this. Like, everyone wants to take that opportunity, they want to perform, so that desire to do well today is still very much there for everyone, I think.
How much crossover is there between the learning disability, the physical disability, the deaf, in terms of preparation for various tours and series and things like that?
There's a huge amount of domestic. The nature of our domestic structure is that we all play together. So the county structure is the three impairment groups together. The Disability Premier League, which sits above that as our sort of showpiece franchise tournament, is the same with three impairment groups together. And then we kind of branch off into our sort of impairment-specific international squads. But even there is some crossover. I know we've played against each other in the past. Earlier this summer, the England LD played against a sort of joint representative deaf and PD side at Edgbaston. We had a really big showpiece day at Lords, which was a combined side from all three impairment groups. We've obviously got this side today, so even though at international level we compete separately, there's still a lot of organic crossover, and through playing with each other in the domestic game, we obviously know the guys across all the squads know each other fairly well at this point, which is really nice.
I guess as well, I mean, I think looking back a couple of years going to Australia, I seem to remember that with the deaf and the learning disability sides touring kind of concurrently over there, so that kind of helps, doesn't it, I guess, and is a big thing, because you're willing each other on, and there's more support there, all that kind of stuff. It must be fantastic when things like that happen.
Yeah, and having spoken to a few of the guys when they came back from that tour, one of the really nice things was it kind of built a lot of momentum apparently around sort of the England group. So when the LD guys had a good result, it kind of carried that momentum, got a little bit passed on into the deaf team, because they were sort of touring as a joint squad, even though they were sort of playing and competing separately. And I can imagine that must be a really, really cool thing to have when you're out there playing against a country like Australia in foreign conditions, when you've got that kind of slightly wider support base and you're sort of carrying momentum from each other from the different successes. It must be really cool.
We're going to have a change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. 24 for 1 after 6 overs. And we can Cooper. Let's see. So we've been hit with all seam to start with. And they've made a pretty solid start to Brendan par 12.
Away from the right-hander, so someone who I'd also expect to see getting the ball through here to Brendan and Alfie.
Quite a slight figure. And now we have 2 captains for Yorkshire on the field. Gordon Laidlaw, who's at mid-on, who's directing traffic at the moment, setting his field. And then Matt Bateman, who is the regular Yorkshire skipper, has come onto the field and he's down along the leg. I suspect carrying or protecting a recent leg injury. Lane straight away, Cameron. And Alfie Pyle's been struck by the throw.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like it just caught him on the upper arm there as the throw came in towards the stumps. So you can't blame for the shot at the stumps, particularly having had a run out already today. And Alfie was backing up quite a lot. It was a good pick up and throw from mid wicket, and I think it just caught Alfie on the upper arm as he was trying to make his ground. Looks like he's okay. Richard Olijar, the physio, went on and Alfie's waved him back off, so I think he's alright, which is good.
It's a really dangerous sign for Yorkshire, isn't it, that when you've got somebody who can be really destructive in terms of Brendan Parr, and he kind of getting himself set. It looks like he's really on today in many ways.
Yeah, it's just almost sort of waiting for him to get one away as well and start moving through his gears, and when he does it so quickly. He's a fairly ominous figure to bowl at the other end, because you just know how disruptive he can be, and he's carrying the form to back it up as well at the moment. He's, I think, the leading run scorer in this year's DPL over the first 2 weekends by quite a distance.
And that takes the finalists to another international ground in Sophia Gardens later this month. The final of that will be played before an Australian international. In the air, caught ball chance, dropped.
It's well bowled from Cam. It's a good length and good pace, and I think it just hurried Alfie a little bit. He just looked a little bit late on the shot. Did well to create the opportunity. Just couldn't quite take it when it came down.
There are tough chances, aren't there? You know, I mean, with the batter in the eye line, running and all that kind of stuff, they're never easy. It was a real skied opportunity.
So it's a lot to compute when you sort of come out your run up, because Cam carries a lot of pace into the crease and he follows through quite a long way. So when that ball went up, it probably was a tougher chance than it looked. Yeah, having to judge the flight of the ball, turn around. The sun's sort of coming from that side of the ground as well. It's probably a much tougher chance when you're under it than maybe it looks. He's bowling well here though. He's at a good start. He's just found a good length to Brendan there as well.
And there we go, the first signs of aggression from Brendan Parr. Thumped back past the ball.
That's what we spoke about earlier, isn't it? It's just anything that's slightly full enough to allow him to access his arms through the ball. And I don't think that wasn't that full from Cam. It wasn't a half volley by any stretch. Just one step down the pitch and managed to get his arms through it. Such a clean striker of the ball.
whilst there's certainly been signs of impressive nature from Cam Cooper in his opening over, it's been a little bit of a challenging one, a drop catch, a wide boundary. Moved to 32 for 1 in the 7th. I feel a little bit for him there because the two wides, they certainly weren't particularly obvious, were they? You know, not a lot of margin for error.
Yeah, he hasn't missed either of them by much. He's just pushed it down leg slightly. Leg side wides in most disability cricket in Division 1 county stuff at the DPL and international level, so it doesn't give bowlers a lot of room for error.
Quite timed. So you guys at Middlesex played the showcase fixture against the Lost Taverners yet, or was that
We did. We had that probably about a month ago now, maybe a little bit less than that. Yeah, probably about a month ago at Tring Park Cricket Club. It was a really, really great day. Lord Taverners rolled out a relatively strong team, including Monty Panesar, who I can confirm can still turn the ball quite well. I think he bowled his first 4 overs. I think we were going really, really well, and he then came on to bowl, and I think was 4 overs, 1 wicket for about 3 runs off his first 3 overs in his first spell. Put the brakes on that little period of our chase, but it was a really great day. Tavs batted first in a 40 over game, got about 240, and then we Confluency bowled really well for us from memory, and then we got really, really close. We got it down to I think 20 off the last 18 with 6 wickets in hand. Umesh Valji hit a magnificent 121 for us, and just didn't quite get over the line. They came back and bowled some good overs towards the end. I think we came about 5 runs short from memory, but it was a really, really great day, and a really really good display, I think, of like the level of county disability cricket.
New bowler into the attack, Alex Jervis. England disability legend, really.
Yeah.
Multiple Ashes winner. So that fixture we were just talking about, Middlesex versus the Lord Taverners. Middlesex's kind of reward for winning the title. At Tring, showcase game, and Yorkshire played in that last year, and again Monty Panesar played for the Taverners, and I think David Gale umpired as well.
Yeah, he did.
And then Matt Bateman was in his element, because I think he was at the non-strikers, and I think he said to Gower, you know, I do apologise, but I'm going to chew your ear off here. That's bold.
Just not gone through there, Alex Jervis.
Yeah, Jervis strikes in his first over. Pyle has to go.
I was just about to say, when he came on, he's a very effective operator, Alex Jervis. He hits the stumps a lot. He gets just a little bit of shape on the ball as well. But he just holds a really, really good line and length. He can do it for a long period of time. He hits the stumps a lot, and he's just done that there against Alfie Pyle. Looks like the ball just came back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe just kept a little bit lower than Alfie was expecting. You can see his frustration as he's walked off, and it was an eventful innings, wasn't it? Hit on the arm by a run-out attempt at the non-striker's end, drop catch. Some ball not quite worked out for him. We've got England's captain for the day, Chris Edwards, who's facing his learning disability England teammate Jervis here. I was looking through some Owen Jervis, Alex's dad, who's Yorkshire's disability team manager, had sent through some kind of pen pics of you guys, both teams and what have you. You know, bowlers, fast, seamer, spinner, whatever. And the description of Alex was slow, medium, swing. And he was the only seamer who got slow next to him. I thought to myself, I wonder if that's Owen just.
I don't know another S.
Laugh with his young lad.
I'd add another S word in there as well. I'd say skillful as well.
Right.
He gets the ball in the right place a lot. Very, very effective operator. It's been an interesting little battle, this actually, Alex and Chris, because they played a lot of cricket together. Both have been playing for the England LD side for a long time, so they know each other well.
So basically, Alex at this moment in time will have the upper hand because Chris just will not want to get out to him. So until he gets settled with Chris, then Alex has got a real opportunity to upmanship on his merit.
Started well here this first over as well. As well as the wicket, he's beaten the bat a couple of times. Some good pressure from Yorkshire here. A good over.
Fielding tight, keeping the pressure on. 39 for 2 England. So 30 over game, 30 overs per side. Yorkshire Presidents 11 versus an England Select 11. Brendan Parr at the crease, 17 not out. Chris Edwards on naught. Cam Cooper and Alex Jervis in operation with the ball for Yorkshire. Jervis having just struck his opening over. So it's a return to India this winter, is it? That's the PD kind of schedule.
That's the hope. Nothing quite confirmed yet, but there's a lot of talk about hopefully having a competition out there, likely to be at the start of 2025, hopefully.
That's for indication there of the conditions at Headingley. Good pitch, fast outfield, and all of the deep cover. Didn't have a whole lot of ground to catch up. He never really looked like getting there.
Yeah, dissected that gap really well actually, because he's probably threaded the needle there between extra and deep cover, and the only wasn't a very big gap to aim for there, Brenny, but he's hit it really, really hard and he's placed it really, really well.
Does look like he's getting into his work now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It really does that. That platform that we were talking about having been set and the acceleration, indications of that in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, just starting to go through his gears now, isn't he? He's hit some strong shots back down in front of the square. He's so disruptive, he can change the game so quickly once he gets going.
I know it's a little bit of a difficult kind of thing to assess with kind of like a 30 over game, because 20 over cricket, 40 over cricket in disability formats and things like that. So we're a little bit of a kind of in between, aren't we? But what do you think would be a decent score for you guys here? What would you be happy with?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's not really a format we get any exposure to. At county level, we play 40 over cricket, and then at international level and DPL level, it's mostly sort of T20 stuff. So 30 overs isn't really a format we get a lot of exposure to. In T20 cricket, we'd be talking about probably 150 plus on a good pitch, maybe even beyond that. our PD squad actually went as high. I think we hit nearly 220 against a Lincolnshire side at Loughborough earlier this year. So we can get some really high scoring games when we play on good surfaces. At county level, Middlesex, we talk about trying to put 220 on. So if we're it'll be interesting to see where we end up. I'd probably be expecting us to be looking at something between 6s to 7s, I guess. But certainly if Brendan gets in and gets going, then yeah, we might go a little bit north of that.
James Powell's just come into the back of the box saying there's a little bit of interference on the microphone, so apologies if that's the case. I think she's gone to try and get it sorted. So, fingers crossed. So Graham Hardcastle with James Norton, who's got a new trophy on his mantelpiece, having been part of the Middlesex D40 Quest winning side this year. The title that Yorkshire won last year. Finished around about mid-table in this year's competition. So, having won the title last year, they were never really expecting, I don't think, to seriously challenging and looking more at kind of progression through the structure of disability cricket in this county, bringing on some young players and concentrating on that rather than necessarily performance. But do you think that Yorkshire will challenge you guys again next year? Are you kind of thinking that they will come again?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be there or thereabouts. It's been really interesting the last few years. I think the last 5 winners have been 5 different teams, which just shows like how much the level across the board has increased, and also because of that, how difficult it is to win it back to back. And I'm sure Yorkshire will be one of those teams that will be there or thereabouts next year. As you said, they've started to bring in some good new talent through that pathway from their second team, and they've recruited a few other players as well, and I'm sure we all benefited from the exposure they've had this season. So yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they're there or thereabouts next year.
Curtis Sugden, who's just taken that ball behind the stumps, is one of those young players who has come through this year, first year into the structure. Has had an excellent year, especially with the bat.
He's kept quite nicely here so far as well. Actually, he's had a few good takes standing up to Alex. Probably not the easiest on a pitch with a little bit of pace standing up to the seamers, but he's looked really good so far.
Yeah, I can imagine it being quite difficult to come from playing on a lot of league grounds and things like that. He plays in league cricket for Old Leos, which is not too far from here. And when you're going around the leagues, you come across various different conditions and all that kind of stuff, and then you come to an international ground with with decent pace and carry, and it takes a little bit of time to get used to.
Yeah, so it's a different type of challenge across all skill sets, isn't it? Because for keepers trying to deal with that extra pace, for bowlers trying to work out how that length is slightly different, and then for batters it probably allows you to put a little bit more trust in the surfaces than maybe you're used to playing club cricket.
I think you're going to replace at the end of the over, which isn't a million miles away, so quick signal from
Good run.
Chris Edwards. 51 for 2 after 10 overs. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the summer.
Thank you very much.
This game in the winter. Hope it all goes well.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
This is the revolving door of summarisers.
What do you made of this start?
Yeah, it's been good. I think Yorkshire have done really well, to be fair. Kept Brendan under wraps a little bit. He's still there and he looks ominous, but yeah, they've set the stall out really well. Jervis has come on and bowled what Jervis bowls. He's such a tricky bowler to get away, Jervis. He always seems to get a wicket. Always gets a wicket. He's one of those bowlers you think you can take a liberty to, and you just can't. You just can't get away with it. So yeah, I think it's been a good start. So yeah, I'd like to see England start to accelerate a little bit shortly. But yeah, I think we're well set.
So Matt Bateman into the attack, Yorkshire's regular captain, who, as we were saying before, has been recovering from an injury. He sent me a message last night with a picture of his scan and his X-ray, and he didn't look particularly great. So he's clearly on the right side of that. I don't think he's going to take a full part in this game. He's going to send down some wily off-spin to start the 11th over. So we've had James in. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Neil Bradshaw. I'm the Disability Cricket Operations Manager, so pretty much look after all 4 international teams and play a pretty big part in delivering the Disability Premier League as well. So yeah, there's lots of stuff going on for me at the moment. A busy time of year, but yeah, I think when you get an opportunity to come and see the fruit of your labour at a place like this, it makes it all worthwhile. Seeing the players get the opportunities. So yeah, it's been good. It's been a good summer so far.
I mean, it's clearly a pretty proud day. Talking to James about similar kind of question really. That it's clearly a pretty proud day for everybody involved at Yorkshire. From your point of view, involved with England, what does this mean to you guys?
Well, I think right across the board in disability cricket, we're really excited to be getting to play at grounds such as this. I think this is probably our 5th or 6th first-class county ground that we played at this year, and you look out there today and it's we travelled up yesterday and it wasn't a perfect summer's day yesterday, I can assure you that. But yeah, you look out there now and it's such a brilliant venue, and even as a Lancastrian, this is a bit special. So yeah, it's we're delivering opportunities for the guys to play at the best venues in the country, and that's exposing the game and exposing people who may not know an awful lot about disability cricket to the game itself. And I think we're kicking doors down and dispelling myths about the game all the time. I think you've seen in the first 10 overs here that this is a quality game with quality players. So yeah, it's just a really good opportunity, especially for the Yorkshire lads. This is going to be a really, really, really good day for them. Playing at their home county ground. But yeah, from an England point of view, this is brilliant preparation for touring around the world and playing at big venues, and yeah, it's just opportunities that you just maybe 10 years ago we could only dream about. So yeah, it's a really proud day for everyone, to be honest.
I think there might be a kind of little used motto at Yorkshire that cricket's a game for all apart from Lancastrians. I think that might be.
I have sort of kept my Lancastrian to myself during the day, to be honest, but yeah, it's all good fun. I remember a few years ago I did security on the Western Terrace. That was an interesting one at a test match.
That's a great shot.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it?
Yeah, Brendan Parr he's got himself set now and he's moving through the gears. Really dangerous customer.
Yeah, it's really easy to just pigeonhole Brendan as someone who hits the ball hard, but he's actually a far more skilled player than that.
He's shown.
Yeah, he really has. He can do both. That's the beauty of him. He can. He's got a real good touch. There's an element of finesse to his game, but he can actually he can hit the ball 100 metres as well. So it's such such a powerful blend that he's got when he's at the crease. He's such a dangerous customer.
How long has he been around the disability structure?
So I think Brendan came in around about 18 months ago, and he's just seamlessly fitted in. He's probably one of the most humble guys you'll ever meet. He's almost apologetic for how good he is, which is it's a really nice trait with him. But yeah, he's just come into the environment and he can't do enough for you. He just sees everything as an opportunity, and it's so refreshing to have someone like Brendan come in who didn't really know an awful lot about disability cricket 2 years ago. And within 2 years he's come in, he's setting the standard now. He's been on tour with him and PD across to India. It's really enhancing his life, and he's certainly bringing something to the game, and that's what this is all about. He's such a good guy, and that's what we want in the game. You want good people, and Brendan certainly fits the bill for that.
Sure, he's such a good player as well.
He's fantastic.
His latest boundary is dragged wide of long, taking him to 66 for 2 in the 12th. I'm right in thinking he had a road accident, is that it?
Yeah, he was in to be fair, I think he's quite lucky to be with us, to be honest. It was a pretty horrific accident that at one point they didn't think he'd ever walk again. So to see him, and I think it's testament to his mindset, and I think this is why he's so good at what he does. Mentally, he's incredibly strong, and he just wouldn't take no for an answer, and he works so hard, and you see him in the gym, and it's just, no stone left unturned. He will push his body to the nth degree to get what he wants from it, and he also brings that out in other people around him. I think that's the great thing with Brendan, that he's a gentle giant, but he's a mentality monster. He really is. He's just a fantastic guy to have around.
Watching the warm-ups as well, he was doing the fielding. He was taking one-handed catches like they were going out of fashion.
Yeah, he's to be fair, the size of his hands, if he's dropping them, he's getting a couple of fines. The hard buckets. I mean, he's not a small man in any way, shape or form. So yeah, he's considering where he's been and the nature of his injuries after the road accident, he's got absolutely no right to be here, to be honest, and especially doing what he's doing and doing it in such an athletic way. I mean, it's an incredible story that, and these are the hidden gems that are right the way through the game in disability cricket. If you saw Brendan walking down the road, you'd never know. And that's the thing with disability. You just never know who you're talking to. You never know their life experience. You never know what their impairment is, and it's when you get chatting to them and they tell you what's going on in their lives. It's just like it's mind blowing. So and every one of the players that you'll see out there today will have their own personal journey, and no two journeys are the same. So they've all had to overcome something. They're all dealing with something. And life comes at them quickly sometimes, and it's I think what you find in disability cricket is that it almost becomes a family. It's another good shot.
He's just landed just inside the boundary as Matt Bacon continues. Sorry, it's Cal Clayton. Here we have. Here's Matt Bacon who's bowling. The scoreboard says Cal Clayton, but we've got a few interchanges, as we've mentioned, at the top of the screen. 12 players named on each side, and interchanges here and there. So perhaps that's where the slight confusion's come from. Par into the 40s, and 75 for 2 in 13th. The progression of disability cricket in Yorkshire has been clear to see, but I suspect it's been mirrored across the country as well. It seems to be in a really good place at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. I think over the last 5-6 years there's been a lot of work going on in the background, and I think we're starting to see the fruits of our labour now. I think the Super Ones programme's been really beneficial. I think we've seen Alfie Pyle here today, who was the first Super Ones player to go on and represent England, so we know
For those people who are listening, what Super Ones is almost like the initial.
Yeah, so Super Ones, yeah, that's your entry point coming in. So it's only we run with the Lord's Taverners. It's big.
Yeah, it's big.
First 6 of the game, and I'm sure it quite made it onto the players' balcony of the regular dressing rooms, but it's been far off.
Yeah, so going back into the Super Ones, that's the Lord's Taverners thing that runs with ECB, and we've got guys like Edgar Herridge who are firmly involved in that. We've got Super Ones officers right across the country now. Every county board has now got a Super Ones officer, so that's basically designed to get young disabled people of all ranges of disability into the game, and that's the start of that pathway. And someone like Alfie came into it when he was quite young, and he's just developed and he's had his opportunities. And being in a really good county like Sussex, we've been really proactive with their disability campaign down there, and it just shows that young kids out there coming into the game, we've got a pathway right the way through to international now. You look at Alfie, and Alfie's it really has changed Alfie's life, to be honest. He's maturing so well, it's given him confidence, and he's just a very, very good cricketer on any level. So, that pathway exists now for everybody out there, and it's about finding that appropriate standard of cricket for each individual. No different to you or I playing in club cricket. It's, we find a level that's right for us, and that's what the disability game's offering now to guys with impairments. It's, both male and female are accessing that Super Ones programme, and it's, the numbers are just going up exponentially every year, and it's so exciting to think where we were 5 years ago, where we are now, where we can be 5 or 6 years from now. It really is growing, and it's the level of professionalism right the way through the programme is testament to the guys who are involved, to be honest.
Well, Jake Oakes is into the attack and ball into Brendan Parr, who's just reached his 50 off 42 balls, 5 fours and 6 to lead what's been a very decent England start at 86 for 2. And it might be a difficult question to answer, really, because that's quite a broad subject, but things are clearly going very well across the country. Might have been dropped, might have carried out to deep backward square. Low catch, it was a really good catch, one we've been talking about for a few hours, but
I think it might be Cam Cooper who took an absolute screamer at DPL last week as well. It's probably one of the catches of the season, to be honest. I'd be a bit disappointed he hasn't held on to that, but yeah, it was a tough chance.
I mean, they say things are clearly going well across the whole structure. What are the next aims? What are the next goals? If you could identify areas for development, improvement, kind of thing.
I think it's just carry on at the moment in terms of growing numbers. In any sport, in any walk of life, you have to have that big firm base, and I think getting as many people into that Super Ones programme is absolutely key. And then that then feeds the rest of the programme. And I think, in terms of where I sit within the programme, which is at the performance end of things, seeing how many players that we now, the likes of Yorkshire, for quite a number of years, we're really struggling to get a team out, to be honest. And then over the last 3-4 years, it's really come on. And now Owen Jervis, who's their team manager, he's got 2 teams now, and they've got competition for places. So I think that's the big thing in terms of getting the numbers and getting people playing the game, and that natural pyramid will continue to fill out, and then making sure that at the performance end of things that we can deliver the very best that we can be at that end. And I think there's no shortage of funding going in at all parts of the game at the moment. So we're very, very lucky with the support that we're getting with ECB. Is that, you know, it is a really valid form of the game and it's being taken seriously. I think you look at the Disability Premier League, which seems to be growing from year on year. I think we're in year 3 now. Live on Sky Sports next Friday at Sophia Gardens for the final. You know, that's the pinnacle of everything, but that's only as good as what's going on beneath it. So I think the key over the next 5 years is to keep growing that base, keep getting guys involved in the game at whatever level is appropriate for them, and it'll naturally just keep coming through with the investment that we're putting in at the top end of the game. It's a perfect marriage.
Well, it's pretty close to a perfect day here at Headingley, really. Couldn't ask for anything better weather-wise. And that's coming to us.
Onto the covers.
With a second 6 in as many overs.
You do feel like Yorkshire may just need a wicket here.
Hi guys, you alright? This is Brady. He's our SCAB officer. Come to do a bit of commentary with you guys.
So, England closing in on 100.
This is a really dangerous partnership for Yorkshire because obviously Brendan can really accelerate so quickly and Chris is so smart. He's the England learning disability captain, and he's got such a quality game that he's the perfect foil here for Brendan. He'll rotate the strike, keep him going. He'll play really sensible cricket here, Chris. He had a fantastic knock in the afternoon at DPL last weekend and kept Tridents in the tournament last week with a really good knock. So he's bringing a little bit of form into this, which is ominous for Yorkshire.
And the important thing is when you're batting with somebody who's clearly going well, is not really to try and match them, is it? You know,
Compliment them.
He just doesn't need to do it.
Yeah, you just compliment them. You don't have to compete with them. Yeah, Brendan. Everyone knows what Brendan can do, and Chris he's smart enough. He'll strike it around 100s, 120s. He'll just keep going, and he's such a high quality player, and his dad's been developed over a number of years. Chris has been in the programme for probably 15 years now, so he's.
Yeah, I remember covering an Eldon Tri-Series. I'm not sure.
2016, before.
Nantwich and places Neston, places like that.
Yeah, it'll be 2016 with the England, Australia and South Africa.
Dan Bowser played in that series. I think he played a little bit of second team cricket and minor counties cricket down Somerset way, if I seem to remember.
He was up here for a little while in the academy at Yorkshire as well, Bowser.
And he played a very similar style of cricket to how Brendan Parr's playing at the moment. I seem to remember him scoring like a 50 off 12 balls.
Yeah, that's Bowser. Like that. He's so explosive, and it comes almost as a surprise because he's just one of those players. He's just so nonchalant at the crease, and he can just be striking at hundreds, just keeping it ticking, and all of a sudden he pops and he's away. And you know, he can really accelerate, really accelerate. He's so destructive.
Where does the strength of this England side lie? With the bat or with the ball? What challenges are Yorkshire going to face now? England 99 for 2 after 15 overs, looking at a really decent score. Are you guys thinking that you're really well set with the ball as well?
Yeah, we've got Jordan Williams, fellow Lancastrian. He bowls it well. He'll bowl well up top. George Greenway's got some good pace. So there's good options with the ball in this England team. Kester Sainsbury's playing Premier League cricket down Peterborough way. He's from our learning disability squad, so he bowls really well. Nathan Cadell's part of our England F team. He'll probably have a bowl today as well. He's very similar to a Jake Oakes who's been bowling for Yorkshire. Just keeps it tight, good lines, good lengths. So yeah, I think we've got a really balanced team. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Yorkshire to chase a big score. But you know, having seen quite a lot of these guys, someone like Liam Thomas, Carl Clayton can hit a big ball. You know, the Gordon Laidlaw's a wily old fox who's scored a ton of runs at an international level. So you know, they've got some good players in this Yorkshire team. So it'll be a challenge, but because this England team is strong, but it should be a good matchup.
Well, the revolving door of summarisers will change. I think we'll do it at the end of the next over. So one more over, and then Neil, myself, Graham Hardcastle, and then we'll have a change. So drinks after 15 overs, 99 for 2. So it's next Friday, the DPL final. That'll be live on Sky, won't it?
It is, yeah. It's a 12 o'clock start. Pirates have already qualified. They've won all their group games so far. Brendan Parr's been quite destructive in Disability Premier League this year. I think he's averaging around 70. And he's doing it off not many balls as well. So yeah,
that competition's been going 3 years.
Yeah,
it's basically the best of the best, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, we run a draft system there, and all of our international players are in that draft, and the very best of the guys at county level. So 4 franchises, and then we play the group games over 3 weekends, double headers, T20s, two pitches working concurrently, and then final on Sky next week at Sapphire Gardens, just before the England versus Australia T20 men's game. So yeah, it's exciting, really exciting, and I think hopefully we're attracting new people into the game, and people, viewing figures were good last year. I think it helps when Jake Oakes takes 30 off the last over, sticking out the ground at Derby, which was a really exciting end to that game. But yeah, it should be a really, really competitive final this year, whoever makes it in.
Well, that man you just mentioned, Jake Oakes, continues with the ball this time. Single for Chris Edwards, who's made a quiet start. As we were saying, he doesn't really need to do much different, given the man at the other end has been doing pretty much all of the run scoring in a destructive fashion as well. Can you just talk about Gordon Laidlaw's contribution to disability cricket? I mean, we've done a preview with him on the Yorkshire website this week, coming back out of retirement to play in this game.
Yeah, he's made a few comebacks as Gordon, but no, he's been one of those people that when we brought the England PD squad together in 2010, Gordon was named in that first ever squad, and he'd been around the game for a number of years before that, and he was part of the bedrock that allowed us to build the England physical disability squad around. That obviously culminated in him being part of the World Cup winning side in 2015 when we were in Dhaka in Bangladesh. Just a really, really good person to have around your group. Speaks really well, understands the game, really top quality cricketer. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Super shot.
Yeah, it's just his time that hasn't it beautiful. But yeah, Gordon's just a good guy, and he's a highly skilled cricketer. I've never seen him drop a catch, I don't think, and which, considering his impairment, is incredible. And I think he took an absolute belter in one of the group games that got us through in that World Cup, which is easily forgotten. But he's been such a good cricketer. He's an incredible athlete considering his impairment. You know, it's just how he does the things he does. It just never fails to amaze. So, but yeah, he played in Disability Premier League last year, and again, he just conducts himself in the right way, and he's still a fantastic cricketer. He's still got plenty in the tank, I believe, but you know, he's got a family, and his wife's been a bit of a cricket widow for a number of years, so I think he's doing the right thing. He's spending some time with the family, and just being a really good ambassador for the game now, and I think that's testament to Gordo that, you know, he wants to stay involved, he wants to be that person that you can call on when there's big events like this to come in and actually understands the game and he's lived it. So yeah, he's a good guy, and it's sad to see him retiring, but I'm sure he'll stay around the game for a long time. He can't help himself.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your time over the last half hour or so.
Thank you. I'm going to go and get a coffee with the Yorkshire president. Apparently she's got one on the go for me. Her sister's actually watching the live stream in Australia. She's based in Perth, so I'm sure Jill she'll be having one as well. So yeah, been a pleasure.
You wouldn't want to be in Perth today, would you?
No, I'll settle for Brisbane in November when I get out there. But yeah, it's, can't beat it here, can it, to be fair. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Cheers. So Adnan Ghani is going to return, and we've got the revolving door of summarisers. Do you want to just take this seat for me? And
what a view we've got here.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
Cracking.
So yeah, tell me a bit about yourself first of all, and then what your job is. And
Yeah, bro. I'm Brady Saunders. I'm the SEND Development Officer in Yorkshire. Basically, I work with the grassroots. So I'm working in schools doing the SEND delivery for all the more daverners, going to the SEN schools, going to mainstream schools, working with those pupils with disabilities, getting them a real feel for cricket and interest into cricket. Lots of the guys I work with are playing cricket for the first time, so they're just seeing it, playing it for the first time, understanding the game. So it's brilliant, it's exciting, and eventually.
I was going to say that's the one thing that's really struck me over the last few years is that when you look at the success that Yorkshire have had, they've had success at national quest level, which is effectively the top of the tree in disability cricket, and they've had it at S9s as well, at softball level. They've just won the North title. So basically that's indicative that there is something there for everybody really. If you want to come into a structure and just play a game of cricket and enjoy yourself and play softball cricket, there's that for you there.
Yeah.
If you want to go and progress to the level that we're seeing that some of these guys are playing at England and things like that, then the structure caters for you there with success in the bag in many ways.
There's so much choice, absolutely, so much choice. Softball cricket, you can stay with softball cricket. There's guys that will play S9s and they'll stay with S9s. What a shot.
That's raced away, didn't it? I was thinking immediately, once that was hit, from Chris Edwards, 2.
He's caught up here, hasn't he? He started off slowly, but he's catching up here. Accelerating.
In quite an understated manner as well, in certainly not the way that Brendan Parr's gone about it.
And they're very different players.
Absolutely.
It's good for me because I work with the grassroots, with guys who are young and new to the game. To see these guys now at this ground doing this thing, it's fantastic.
I mean, it will inspire players who are watching this as well. I mean, from yourself as a, in the coaching setup and things like that, and the development, I'm presuming this is pretty inspiring as well.
Yeah, it is. It is. And the ability of the players and the shots and the bowlings is top rate. And I mean, being the first ever game here, this showcase style game can only get bigger, can't it? We've got quite a few hundred people here watching next year, or more. There's more to inspire that next gen. We want to get the kids through the door. We want to get Super Ones hubs, who are the grassroots players who feed into the S9 team, so they're like beginners to cricket really, learning the skills.
So it goes S1s, who's basically the introductory level of disability cricket. Then it goes through to the S9s who play softball. Yorkshire have got 2 teams at D40 level. One in the pursuit league acts as the second team, and then one as acts as the first team, which is playing in the National Quest League, which many of these players will be representing. So yeah,
the pathway's there from the beginning to the elite level. And look at these guys, they go on some fantastic trips, don't they? The tours, and they're going around the world, playing cricket, enjoying themselves, camaraderie with the teammates. It's fantastic. Just imagine it there, and Brendan the strike.
Yorkshire could do Brendan Parr out pretty quickly. There's no two ways about that. From the Yorkshire point of view, we've seen enough of it now.
Talking to Owen, these are the two players. He wants one of these out pretty quick.
Fantastic knot.
Great language.
Just starting to sense the kind of experience and the quality of the England side shining through now. They've got themselves into a position that they're starting to put a really imposing total on the board. Yorkshire have certainly held their own. There's been no doubt about that. They started well with the ball. Key wickets, decent fielding. Highly competitive contest so far.
It's one of the first bad balls I've seen actually. That ball previous hit to a fielder, but it's been really tight.
Yeah.
Really, really well. They looked like a unit as well, which they're gonna be, aren't they? Being the team.
Yeah. And that is the thing, isn't it, with the Yorkshire side compared to perhaps the England side. If you look at the England side through the three impairments, they've got a selection of 4 players from each who generally at the international level won't play together. Whereas at county level, that Quest team is made up naturally of a range of impairments, so they will be used to playing with each other.
Yeah, they know their roles in the team.
Absolutely. Slight individual.
He's not a big lad, is he?
No, absolutely not. Quite skiddy.
Slingy almost.
Yeah, so we're through 18 overs. England 125 for 2. Brendan Parr 71. Chris Edwards 22 in operation for Yorkshire. Adnan Ghani and Jake Oakes with the ball. How long have you been in the role that you've been in?
About 18 months.
And have you seen, in that time, have you seen a real kind of development and progression in kind of disability cricket and what you're trying to achieve in your area of?
I think for the setup that Owen's created here, the structure's been there for years, and he's enabled that. But I think below that, feeding, like I said, with the Super Ones, feeding to the S9s, we definitely get more. We've created more hubs around the county. We've formed them in the last 2 years, so we're getting more players from schools and colleges into the S1s, who are then going to hopefully feed into S9s, and then that progression.
How many hubs have you got, Gene?
I'm not sure offhand.
They'll be spread right across.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Sheffield, we've got Halifax, we've got Hull, Bradford. So we've got hubs in all areas of Yorkshire, and we're looking to grow them as well.
And strong Yorkshire, strong England. There's always been the comment at various levels of the game.
I think they've put their strongest bowler on now, haven't they, to try and get that wicket.
You need a breakthrough, Yorkshire, certainly, no doubt about that.
He's the wicket taker, then Ugani.
Yeah, as we were saying before, Pakistan deaf international who plays his cricket over in Huddersfield at Fongsbridge Cricket Club. There's a number of England internationals in the Yorkshire team today who I would imagine had this game, for example, been played at the Oval or at Lords and other counties were hosting it, would have probably played for England against those counties. So it gives you an idea of the quality that Yorkshire possess.
And I think only fair that they're representing the White Rose today.
Absolutely.
On the home turf. For some of these, it's the first time playing here, which is fabulous for their careers.
Yes, I mean, you're going to get players at different stages of their career, right? You've spoken about Gordon Laidlaw's come out of retirement, for example. It's reward for endeavour throughout a long career, and almost a culmination of what you've achieved. Somebody like a Curtis Sugden behind the stumps who's new to the Yorkshire structure this year. It will only serve as inspiration, as look, you can have more of this if you progress your career in the right way. It's a huge thing for all range of different reasons.
You're treading on the footsteps of legends here, aren't you? What's happened at this ground?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure there have been players who have perhaps been in the crowd when Ben Stokes hit the winning runs in 2019, for example, or when Yorkshire won the county championship in 14 and 15, might have been in the crowd watching at various stages. So yeah, absolutely. Got 11 overs left in the England innings.
I think talking about grounds, shout out to Higham Cricket Club, who normally host the Yorkshire Disability team, based in Barnsley, who normally one of our disability champion clubs. There's guys from the ground, the club today watching here at the ground. Do a great job at hosting the matches for these boys. So their reward as well is to come here and watch, and have a day out as well.
Yeah, and there'll be a number of clubs that you use, but they're the ones who probably host more games than most.
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, can feel it. It's warm it a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, scorched down to long off. Skipped off the turf.
Yeah, they're one of our first champion clubs, Higham CC, but now we've got a lot more. We've got 8 in the county now, looking to host their own disability sections and provide facilities for those with disabilities who want to get into the game. I think that's the main thing that I've seen in my 18 months. It's not just Super 1's hubs and Super 9's backed by Lord Taverners. It's the clubs now getting on board. They're seeing the benefits.
Wanting to get involved.
Yeah, they're seeing the benefits of growing their player base pretty large. Being more inclusive. Not just having a men's section. We've seen the growth in women's and girls sections. Now it's disability sections. I think you're going to see that really grow now in the next decade.
I'm not sure whether we'll have Owen Jervis in your seat later on today, but you might be able to speak a bit more about this. If so, he was talking to me earlier in the week about a keenness to increase the women's participation in the Yorkshire structure. that's an aim for the next few years? Because clearly women's cricket is one of the biggest growth areas in the game, isn't it?
Massive.
You know, and if that can be utilised in this area, then fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's the next thing we need to look at. Because from my sessions, pretty much 50-50 male and female split. But then going into Super Ones, I'd say then you probably drop into probably a quarter.
Right. Okay.
The female participants. And now we're seeing this obviously on show here. The two male teams playing. You've got the Premier League, haven't you, as well?
Yeah.
Who's going to be that first female star? Where are we going to find her? Is she out there? I think she is.
Yeah. Well, it's there are so many. There's so much interest in women's cricket now. The talent, I've covered quite a lot of the diamonds.
Yeah.
You know, there's certainly talent out there. Cooper back.
Yeah, I like the look of this lad. I do. Bit of a fan's favourite, Gordon, as well out there. Saved two, did he? Yeah, I think this lad, he's got a wicket in. Definitely got a wicket in.
Century partnership brought up in the last few moments by Brendan Parr and Chris Edwards. Good piece of fielding by Gordon Laidlaw there at back point. He's enjoying his day.
He's absolutely belted that.
Yeah. Good shot for one. As you said, Yorkshire have fielded really well today. It's been a really impressive element of their game.
You definitely hold their heads up high, haven't they, with this fielding? Just need that wicket and a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
They are finding it quite easy to score, but they've just had two good pieces of fielding there, two dots. Good bowling.
Good dot. So Graham Hardcastle and Brady Saunders with you. Brady, part of the development of the disability structure in the county. And seemingly doing a very good job as well, given the quality on the show here and hopefully those coming through. As we close in on 150. Probably looking at like 230 from here, maybe just a little bit under that, 220 maybe.
We've got 9 left, haven't they?
8 wickets in hand. I think basically name 12, 11 will bat if needed.
It's a good step there, right? Good over.
Yeah, very good over. One of the shining lights for Yorkshire so far in this game, Cam Cooper, all with good pace, good control, in difficult circumstances, on a pitch which is clearly favoured for the batters. Good pace, true, value for shots. as always at Headingley in one-day cricket. So what does your winter look like? We're coming up to the kind of non-cricketing months of the year, but how busy are you through the winter in terms of development, going into schools and all that kind of stuff?
Almost as busy as I am in summer months, really. I mean, a lot of schools will want you to come in during the summer period, summer term, but that's not obviously feasible to go in every school at that time. Another thing that we're really trying to push is the table cricket, which is another. We're talking about choice, weren't we? That there's so many types of cricket. That's why I think it's the most inclusive sport. All the different forms of cricket. Table cricket is a form of cricket played on a table tennis table, which is inclusive for all. You can be in a wheelchair, you can be sat down, you can be stood up. Little mini cricket bat, the ball's rolled to the batter. There's 5 fielders around. They're working like little figures, which are almost like table football style players who act as fielders. So you've got that is smoked.
Footed into the Howard stand,
Which and it's really fun game that gets everyone involved. It's quick, it's snappy, and you can get up to 10 players playing a game, modified slightly, all at once. And it's really fun. It teaches the basics of cricket, point scoring, different shots, and it's all inclusive. You can hold the bat how you want, 2 hands, 1 hand, backhand. As long as you roll the ball straight, you can have a really good game.
I was going to say, perhaps that strikes me as one of the most important forms of the game in many ways, because anybody can play it. You know, families can get involved with kids and things like that. So it's a really good way of kind of building that love for the game, an interest in the game.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, an interest really. Yeah, we've done showcases with other disability sports, and it's always the most popular sport, most popular game. It takes a little bit of time to set up on the table, and you do have to have the table which fits the kid. But if you've got all that, schools are really buying into that. And the SEN schools, we've still got kits here actually at Headingley, so we'll be looking to try and get every school in the county have their own kit, because the game in essence is fairly simple. If you've got a basic knowledge of the game and can get that CPD training, teachers can teach that and can run sessions. That's my job now, is to spread it rather than go to every school. If the school's got that and they've got the buy-in, then they can do it themselves. Oh, the great stop down there. He's near 100, isn't he, par?
Yeah, Owen Morris is into the attack. Off spinner, who is the Yorkshire second team captain, so the Pursuit League team, which is the one that basically this is the team, the second team that Owen captains is the one that's been introduced because of the success that Yorkshire have had almost. They had one team in the Pursuit League who got promoted in 2022. That team then went on to win the national title, but they then introduced a second team to stay in the second tier to kind of aid development and cater for increased participation as well.
That's success breeding success, isn't it? It's that success of the first team and being visible. More players want to play and win.
Absolutely.
They put the foot down here, haven't they? I think Yorkshire desperately need a wicket.
You know, they could do that. I mean, any wicket will do at the moment, but clearly the key one is Brendan Park. What a moment it would be for him as well to score a century at Headingley. Not a Yorkshire player clearly, but to do that on an international ground would be a brilliant moment for him. So
100 and out then.
that'd be basically the ideal, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, from a Yorkshire point of view.
11 runs, out.
I mean, not fair, she'd take it for 89, wouldn't you? You know,
You'd take that.
yeah.
It's a bit harsh, though. Been impressed with Edwards, actually. He's put his foot down well here.
Yeah, it's in a very calm, experienced innings, real old head of innings in many ways. So do you play league cricket yourself, or?
Yeah, I play down in South Yorkshire League.
Right, so who do you play?
Wickersby Old Village.
Right, okay.
But I'm actually originally from Devon, so I do know there's a few fellow Devonians in the team. I've played against them before, actually, years ago.
And of course, Yorkshire first team level, done best country,
Yeah.
Devonian. So you had a good, personally, have you had a good summer? Runs, wickets, what's it look like for you?
Done alright, yeah, I've got 400 odd runs, so I'm doing alright. No massive scores, but I've been contributing, so I can't argue with it. It's not been my best season, but it's been pretty good. Just enjoy playing. Yeah, I've had some good innings. Two more games left.
Yeah, it's, the league season goes quite late this year, doesn't it? Because of quite a lot of rain early doors. Quite a lot of teams have, or quite a lot of leagues have pushed their end of season back.
Yeah, a lot of leagues have got 3 games left, haven't they? Or they've got to fit them in 2 weeks, so there's got some busy weekends.
No ball from Cam Cooper.
Free hit.
Free hit, just
They probably wanted Parto at this, didn't they?
yeah, I'd say. That is the advantage for Cam at least.
Oh, he's just placed it through.
Cast away. A golden leg or a backward point, just cannot quite get there. And Rob Hewitt down at third, couldn't get around either, so Chris Edwards now closing in on a half century. He has 45.
Wicket looks good though, right?
It does. It always is. It's especially in one-day cricket. I mean, the championship game that was played last weekend wasn't one that will particularly live long in the memory. 600 played.
Kookaburra ball,
Near 600, yeah. But it's fantastic to watch one-day cricket here. You always get value for shots, high-scoring games. Some brilliant one-day weekends. And of course, this game coming hot on the heels of probably the most exciting game of the summer so far, actually, at Headingley. The Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy on Wednesday, beating Southern Vipers by 1 wicket off the last ball, chasing 241, 216 for 9 they were. Leading 9 off the last over, and Rachel Slater got them home. Fantastic game of cricket.
Was that the game of the season for you then?
I suspect so. I suspect it was up there as certainly the most thrilling.
They still got a chance, didn't they?
Yeah, they're through to the semi-finals, the Diamonds. So through to the semi-finals next Saturday, back here at Headingley. And hopefully this game provides similar drama at the end in a couple of hours' time.
Now.
Yeah, it's a super shot, isn't it? Just using the pace. It's been a real mixture of skill and power from Brendan Parr.
He's got a reputation as a big biffer, but actually he showed some real nice touches there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and carrying on the form, I think he's the top scorer in the DPL this season. So
You can see why.
yeah, you can certainly.
Keep his head up here, Cooper, though he's bowled well. He just needs to finish off now.
Sliding down leg. Yes, I mean he struggled a bit in his second spell, hasn't he? But his first spell was really impressive. But a difficult time clearly to come back.
Yes, the pressure in the game.
So yeah, we've spoken a lot about Brendan Parr. Let's speak a little about Chris Edwards, who is a Cheshire native, has been captain of the England LD side, the learning disability side, for quite some time now. I think I've been for 10 years, I would imagine.
He's a very organised player.
Yeah, he was. Do you remember when Liam Livingstone, did you hear that story about Liam Livingstone scoring 300 in a club game?
Oh,
It was
yeah.
for Nantwich, and there was suggestions it was a world record at the time. Anyway, it was against a team called Caldy, and Chris Edwards played for Caldy in that same game.
Yeah.
Liam Livingstone was coming through at Lancashire back then, and that innings created mass hysteria. I think he found himself on BBC Breakfast and all that kind of stuff because of the nature of the innings, world record and things like that. I scored a club game, and then I think it became known a couple of days later that actually somebody in India had scored more or something like that. So all the kind of fanfare around it was quickly died down. But yeah, Chris Edwards played in that game.
There's been some crazy scores in India, hasn't there? Individual scores.
I mean, there's crazy scores all over nowadays, aren't there? You know, with the development of the game. You know, better bats, better pitches.
Just the mindset as well, isn't it? I think.
Exactly the mindset of the England men's team right from the top has filtered down all the way through the game, where people will want to play aggressive cricket.
This is one man who does part.
Yeah. And there it is, a century. What a fantastic knock. 79 balls, Brendan Parr. 8 fours, 3 sixes. Well played, sir. Taking England to 181 for 2 in the 24th over. So, handshakes all around from Yorkshire opponents as well as his teammate Chris Edwards.
Pretty short chances in it.
Was it him who was dropped out at deep backward square just as you came into the box? I think it's that. I'm not 100% sure whether it was him. I can't remember now. Yeah. Now is the time if you're Edwards and Prime. 6 overs left, wickets in hand. Now is the time to have a bit of fun, isn't it?
You can go these.
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Laidlaw ringing the changes again. Alex Jervis back into the attack. Well, when you look at somebody like an Alex, he's been a real champion of the disability structure, hasn't he? He's not just played, not just won trophies for Yorkshire and trophies for England. He has a real keenness to see the development of the structure as well. That must be fantastic for you guys to be able to tap into, not just necessarily in your specific role, but throughout Yorkshire Disability Cricket and looking to grow the game.
Yeah, so willing to to help out, to be the person to look up to. We did some training with other counties down at Loughborough, and he was present and were helping out and talking about his experiences of playing cricket in able-bodied teams, in disability teams, and what he's had to do. No, it's an eye-opener. And he's a very good bowler.
He is, yeah.
Very nagging.
Yeah.
In swingers, on the stops. He's already taken a wicket, hasn't he?
His first over.
Nailing the Yorker.
He's been involved, Alex, over the last few years with the Cricket Without Boundaries charity. I think he's travelled out to Kenya off memory, and kind of introducing cricket into schools over there, and so he's a real champion of development as well as performance on the field.
I think we've seen what he can do for people's lives, and he obviously he's done a lot for him, he wants to share that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doing well here just once.
Yeah, not timed by par.
Also good to see a lot of the S9 players here watching this game.
We've been here for a photo opportunity, haven't we, as well?
Yeah, just bringing that Yorkshire family together, the disability teams and also all the teams. Early in the year, my daughter, she plays for under 13s. They had a team photo with the Northern Diamonds and the men's first team.
I think it was during the first championship game here, I think it was.
Well, they didn't have any play on that day. It was like a really showery day.
Yeah.
A bit wet anyway, the pitch, but it was nice to see the one Yorkshire family together. And maybe next year you'd see the disability team, because it's the three teams, isn't it, now? With all the Diamonds stepping aside, Yorkshire men, women, and the disability teams.
Yeah, there's that definite alignment from next year. And Morris continues. We have 5 overs remaining in the England innings. 187 for 2. They are, so scoring nearly 7.5 an over. Probably looking at, I don't know, maybe another 40, something like that. So Chris Edwards reaches his 50 as well. 51 balls, 5 fours.
That's a no nonsense innings, man.
Oh, actually, 150. It gives you an idea of how well Yorkshire started. England 38 for 2, but they found life pretty tough since. This is where the experience of the likes of Gordon Laidlaw and Matt Bateman will come into play. I think it's been a tough hour and a half or so for Yorkshire since those 2 early wickets, but not to worry. Not the biggest of the lot. got the binoculars on, I think that has nearly scattered Yorkshire's club photographer, Alan Mackenzie, in the middle tier of the east stand. So he's just in front of the glass at Headingley, trying to edit a few photographs. And Brendan Parr, who's frightened the life out of him by thudding on into the seats just in front of him. Here's some pull. This is 4-6.
Great start.
It was a great start because he seemingly overrun it on the boundary there.
Is that Alexander, isn't it?
No, it's
44.
Riley, I'm not so sure. Anyway, whoever it is, it was a piece of fielding.
I'll tell you another player who's impressed with the keeper.
Yeah,
Very handy.
Yeah, he's had a good year because he's Sugden.
Very tidy.
His first season in disability cricket, and he's settled in like an absolute dream. Yorkshire's leading run scorer, looking on the scorecards, and he's contributing almost every week. One of the young lads who's been highlighted as certainly one for the future. Half 6.
It's almost reached us, that.
It's, I mean, that's been a real strong area for Parr. He's hit 5 6s now, and certainly 3 of them have been down into the groundsman's hut or there and thereabouts, you know, at the Kirkstall Lane end.
That's a chance. Oh, lucky.
That would have been a really good catch. It was never just seeming like he was going to get there.
Teaser, wasn't it?
It was, and it's exactly the phrase, teaser.
He's a big figure to bowl to here, Parr, isn't he? Big chap. 120 not out. You pitch it up to him, he's going to be put in the stands.
You're going to enjoy the challenge, though, haven't you? You know, it's in many ways it's a bit of a free hit for these guys. It's a day to enjoy, and you've got to learn from whatever experiences come your way. So you know, if one of these guys can get him out late on, it will be a feather in the cap. There's absolutely no doubt it's been a fantastic innings. It's really kind of lit up the day. Great catches. That's another 6.
Just over.
Initially I thought that was a chance, but he's gone 15 yards over the rope.
They've always got some power.
Liam Thomas down there at long off. PD World Cup winner, playing for Yorkshire today.
Good hands. It's a big day for the umpires as well.
Is he gone there? Yeah, caught behind.
Is it?
Caught behind, yeah.
They're walking.
one of those kind of deceptive ones where you weren't sure whether you got an edge on it initially, but yeah. Brings to an end a fantastic knock. Standing ovation from those present in the East Stand for Brendan Parr, and quite rightly so. 131 off 91 balls, 10 fours, 4 sixes.
Bit of a strange dismissal.
Yeah, bring this to the crease. What have we got now? George Greenway, who's the England deaf captain. So, 2 England captains at the crease. No one knows away from another chance either, but unfortunately 4. So runs continue to flow.
Streaky, but that's what you get when you're 200 for 2.
No wonder it was a strange dismissal. I thought he'd edged it behind. He's retired, not out.
Yeah.
Scorecard. No wonder it was a strange dismissal.
I think he deserves to put his feet up. 120 odd. Not out.
Give somebody else a go. Big smile on Adnan Ghani's face down there at one gone after that piece of fielding.
Talking to spectators as they walked in, it's definitely a pro-Yorkshire crowd. Unsurprisingly.
You very rarely get anything else here.
No. It's in the blood.
Greenway has come in with one mission only. And that's to, as the Australians would say, add a bit of mayonnaise to this this total. And out. Oh no. Juggling effort. And Thomas out there at deep mid-wicket.
That came down with snow on it though, didn't
It
it?
did, yeah. There's been a couple of those, hasn't there? Cam Cooper earlier in the day with a caught and ball chance. That is I guess the only blemish from Yorkshire's point of view. The ground fielding has been very good, but they have let go of a few catches, which could have made their life a little bit easier in terms of the chase. With 2 overs remaining, Adnan Ghani is going to bowl the penultimate. Took the new ball, turned at the death.
Yeah, those drops, they happen though in cricket.
They do, yeah, we've all dropped them.
Absolutely.
There's a drop more than we caught, to be honest. That was one of my issues, wasn't it? Bold.
That Greenway? Yeah.
It is, yeah. To say, came in with one mission only, and that was to really push on with the scoring rate, but indicated by the shot, but Garney strikes.
It's a good
Accurate
side.
at the death, yeah.
Great side from the bowler there. He didn't stop at the ground
Yeah, and
to this.
not quite Yorker length, was it? But not a million miles away. And Jordan Williams is the new batter for England.
With licence.
Physical Disability World Cup winner.
He's marshalled him well, Garney, hasn't he? So
Yeah,
he's a really good leader.
Yeah, you can tell that he's the leader of the attack, can't you?
Absolutely.
You know, he knows his fields, he knows what he wants. Directing things here. Yeah, you go there. Yeah. Captain's dream, set your own field. Could have been a run-out chance, but there was nobody backing up.
He's not just setting it, he's bowling to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's bowled well, isn't he? He's gone for 29 runs, 1 wicket. Tidy.
Yeah, that wicket was reward for endeavour, wasn't it? Certainly.
Push and run. Yeah, you bowled tight at the start, but you get the rewards at the end, don't you? Often.
Yeah, this is the time when yeah, it can be a really difficult position to bowl in, when the opposition are really motoring, but yeah, heightens the chances for wickets as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Like that. Thinking about two. Probably had it gone, he'd have got there, wouldn't he, with the throw coming over wicketkeeper Sugden's head. It's understandable as to why he turned it down.
He didn't sprint it, did he? But then he wanted it after.
Yeah, it was one of those where he kind of probably thought 3/4 of the way down the first, there might be two here. Really good last over from Adnan Ghani. His last over anyway. Want to come after this. So England will be thinking 240, 12 for last, something like that.
And if you think of the scores they get in the T20 Blast games here, over 20 overs, 200 plus. That's
Yeah, I think don't think Yorkshire are out of this. You know, they've got some talent with the bat. Certainly, they've got some talent, experience. So yeah, it's something I'm sure would be confident that they can reel in.
It definitely runs on this surface. Someone's got to play that par innings, though, haven't they?
They have.
The innings of the life.
Yeah, and it is going to be. That is exactly what it will be, because it was an innings of real high quality and substance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The England opener.
Edwards has played his part.
He has more than played his part. I mean, it's been a very controlled, calming innings. Almost one of those where you kind of look up and he's got 50, and you think, well, how's he got there? You know, he's just accumulated the runs, but he hasn't done it slowly, has he? You know, he's kept things ticking, and rotated the strike, giving it back to par for quite a lot of it, and yeah, it's been a fantastic knock himself.
Just hit the gaps, hasn't he? I think he's hit the gaps. Some of them have run for four. He's not necessarily looked to try and smack fours. It's just they rolled over the boundary because he's placed them so well, and he's just complemented par really nicely. And he's got it one or more, which is, what else can you ask? It's a nice shot.
Drilled over cover from Jordan Williams. His first boundary. It's almost been, from an England point of view, the perfect innings, isn't it? You know, you get one man who goes big, and then a couple of contributions around him. It's another boundary as well for Williams. A little bit squarer this time.
Looks very, very good through the offside.
So England ending this with a flourish. Quite a third boundary in a row.
Bit of a reverse scoop.
Yeah, it's a scoop, a ramp, or what do we call this?
I think he played two shots. Like a kind of reverse sweep scoop type of thing. Might have to create his own shot. Yeah, he's come in really well, Williams.
Super bit of bowling from Luke Riley. Nailed the Yorker, and there's one more to come in the England innings. Yorkshire going to be chasing 240 plus to win this fixture. Trying to run out. Yeah. So the innings ends with a run out from long off. I think it's Liam Thomas down there with the fielding. Jake Oakes, sorry, from long off. And England finish on 240 for 4. And a big 100 from Brendan Park to kind of highlight their progression. Adnan Ghani with a wicket at the end. Alex Jervis with a wicket. Run out of Joel Harris, Jake Oakes early on. So Oakes had a hand in 2 run outs. And Yorkshire have got a fair old task on their hands there in the second innings of this game.
I think so, yeah. Not out of the question though.
What not? I mean, we've seen, you know, it's certainly a batter's day, isn't it? Sun shining, really good pitch. So, yeah, but certainly the star of that first inning, Brendan Parr, took a fantastic century.
Fantastic knock. Big hits, subtle shots, complete innings.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be back with you in 5 or 10 minutes for the resumption of this game. Yorkshire chasing 241, I make it, although the scoreboard says 239.
They got one, didn't they, after that last ball?
They did, yeah. So yeah, 240 for 4 they've finished, England. Brendan Parr, 131, retired not out of 90 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. We'll be back with you in 5 or 10 minutes.
welcome back to Headingley, where we are set for the second innings of this disability showcase game. Yorkshire chasing 241, a Yorkshire President's 11 under the name of Jane Powell, who has picked this side in conjunction with the likes of Owen Jervis, Yorkshire Disability Team Manager, Jane, the ECB Disability Performance Manager, as well as a President's role at Headingley. So hence the Yorkshire President's 11 name, and they're chasing 241 in 30 overs to beat an England Select 11. Opening batting for Yorkshire will be Gordon Laidlaw and Curtis Sugden. England's innings really driven by fantastic century from opener Brendan Parr. Looks like we have Nathan Cadell to open the bowling for England. Another of England's Ashes winners on the show. He won the Ashes in 2022 with the deaf team, and we born right arm seamers to the left-handed Laidlaw. Number 43 on his back, the Yorkshire captain for the day. Yorkshire on board right from the start. So England's centurion Brendan Parr fielding at mid-on. Cadell starts with a pair of wides. One offside, one leg side. Stephen George is behind the stumps for England. And another chance for George Greenway that slip as Laidlaw edges low down. Teapot from Greenway. Benefits from that reprieve. Curtis Sugden, Yorkshire's wicket-keeper opener, who we've spoken about as one of the breakout stars of 2024 for the county. Learning disability cricketer is Curtis. He plays his league cricket for Old Leos. His father Mark is does quite a lot of coaching in the area. I think he's part of the Yorkshire backroom staff today as well. starts with the third wide of the over. Second down the leg side. And then floating over that one. 4 for 0. 3 wide, drop catch. And the Yorkshire are underway. 2-4-1 their target. 30 overs. Kester Sainsbury will share the new ball. The revolving door of summarisers has fallen on Yorkshire's captain Matt Bateman, not captain for today but captain for the season. How are you?
We're glad I'm not bowling to Brendan anymore. Certainly took a liking to me.
That was a fair old innings, wasn't it, to be fair?
He's some player, isn't he? He's just massive, with massive levers and very, very strong. It's such a long way.
Clearly it's very difficult for anybody to bowl at somebody in that kind of mood. What kind of things did you kind of think you guys could have done differently to kind of contain him, or is he the kind of player that once he gets set, he's never really going to be contained? You just have to hope and pray you get him out quickly.
It's the first time I've ever come across him. I've seen him playing in the DPL, obviously, but I'm not part of that, so never bowled to him. And he got away to a start. I think we probably could have been a little bit tighter in the ring early on, instead of him getting away to a few easy singles. But other than that, he just hits it so hard. Just unbelievably hard.
Well, England have made a fairly loose start here with the ball, because that opening over included 3 wides, and now we've got a no ball. So Gordon Laidlaw's got the opportunity for a free hit here, and he takes full toll on it as he heaves that one through mid-wicket for the first boundary. Yorkshire away to a reasonable start here. 8 for 0 from the second over, chasing 2-4-1. He hit it straight, didn't he? That was the really impressive.
Yeah.
Whether it was high and handsome or whether it was flat, and he really did take a liking to this.
Yeah, I think certainly for me, I was trying to get it a bit shorter and into his pads and get him hitting square and get him off strike, but he's got such a big range in his swinging arc that any area of length and you're up and off.
Yeah. And Chris Edwards batted well, to be fair, as well, didn't he?
Yep.
In a completely different way.
Yeah, very much so, along the floor. Hard, found the gaps nicely, ran well. To be fair, all the England guys ran very well.
Yeah. I thought you guys fielded well. The ground fielding particularly so. All right, there's a couple of drop catches, but they happen. And that's 4 as well, yeah, as you said. Laidlaw with his second boundary off his pads, using the pace. So yeah, there's a couple of drop catches, a couple of skiers and things like that, but those can happen. But the one thing I felt you did really well was you were on the money with your ground fielding, which are the basics, aren't they? At the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think we put a lot of emphasis on that through all of our games. Is the ground fielding. Obviously, we all want to take catches with matches. If you drop the big batsman, then that's when you get made to pay for your misses. But the ground fielding can save you 20-30 runs, and certainly maybe not so much this year. It was a bit more difficult this year, but last year when we were on that massive run, that was a big key feature of everything that we did was the ground fielding in the warm-ups and putting real emphasis on that.
So you were
were champions last year. It's not quite been matched this year, but I guess success is measured in many different ways. Laidlaw's gone there. That's come back from Sainsbury. Full ball, and Laidlaw playing aggressively has been bold. He's gone for one. Is that
can't be right.
No, I thought that was Laidlaw with the two boundaries. So I think that the scores are wrong on the scoreboard. I think Laidlaw's 8, Sugden's 1. But anyway, whatever it is, Yorkshire are 13 for 1 in the second over. And England have kind of recovered from a little bit of a slow start with a few extras conceded. They have the first wicket. And who's this coming in? Is this Jake Oakes? Or is this William Thomas? Or neither of the two?
Possibly Jacobs.
I think it is Jake Oakes. You've got Curtis Sutton's shirt on.
Interesting. Oh, it's Ed Denton.
Ed Denton? Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Very fine player. Somebody that if we'd have had him a regular in the D40 side this year would have made a huge difference.
I was going to say, success is measured in many different ways. There was a different emphasis clearly on the progression of Yorkshire's D40 side this year, mid-table finish. Do you think that was a decent performance given the development of players like Sugden?
Yeah, I mean Curtis was very much a shining light of the season. Just unflappable for such a young man. Classy shots, great off his legs, keeps well. Best gloveman that we've got in the Yorkshire D40 by a long way. So yeah, Curtis has been a real shining light. Ed got injured mid-season, so missed a lot of it. Luke Riley was another one that was pretty much unavailable for most of the D40 campaign. And they're two players that would have made a huge difference to us trying to retain the title. But in all fairness, we had 2 games where we were well and truly blown away.
Players misses that outside off stump at that one. He just seems to have contributed in every game that I've seen scorecards for. It was so consistent for a young lad coming into a new environment, which just shows it's a good shot. Yeah, carved away, pierces the gap between a kind of gully and backward point perfectly. Races away. Once you beat the field here, it's 4. There's absolutely no danger of that.
I think for me, Curtis's great attribute is his tempo that he likes to bat at. It's not all a shot the ball. He will sit there and bat time. Just a very mature approach to his batting.
It's old school in many ways for such a young lad in the kind of modern game.
Yeah, very much so. You see a lot of our lads, they like to go a run, maybe even more a ball, and Curtis will be quite happy to go along at 60s and 70s and anchor in innings.
And then catch up later on, I guess.
Yeah, he's got the shots.
Cam Cooper was one who impressed in the early stages, and alright, he came back in his second spell. It was quite a difficult time because Parr was really starting to open his shoulders, but I felt his first 3 or 4 overs were really impressive. Good pace, skiddy, accurate.
Campbell's deceptively quick. And because it is a low skiddy action, it can really give you the hurry up.
So what were the feelings like amongst the group this morning, preparing for this game, knowing first at Headingley? I mean, it's a huge day for you guys. It's a huge day for the club. Everybody, county board.
I think everybody would be lying if they said there weren't some nerves around, right? We're playing at an iconic stadium. It's a privilege to be here and play in. Anybody who says that they didn't have a few nerves this morning have got to be telling some lies.
That was gone as well. It's caught and bowled. Denton, Chippen. Yeah, it was one of those initially where you kind of wondered whether it was a bull ball, but quite an understated reaction from Nathan Cadell, the bowler, but he strikes. He's got a second wicket and Yorkshire in a spot of early bother. 19 for 2 in the third over. So, Liam Thomas, England Physical Disability International, World Cup winner. It's a huge day for everybody involved, isn't it? It's, you know, weather-wise, it's been absolutely perfect, and yes, you might be chasing a big score, but you know, it's just one of those things that the experiences that you come across, they'll be great development tools, won't they? Really, in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, the England boys. It's a wonderful England team as well, right? That's a Pan Disability 11 that's out there. So that's the best of the best of the best. So they're not. They haven't come here just to fulfil a fixture, but they've come to really put on a show, and that's why they're all wearing the red kit. But there's some lads out there that for Yorkshire that should be looking to make some impressions. I'd say Curtis being one. Adnan, he's a great one to watch. I'm sure I fancy facing Adnan.
So Thomas away with a couple to deep cover. Plays his cricket at Scholes in the Bradford League. I remember speaking to him about 12 minutes ago on the phone, and said, "Tell me a bit about yourself, where'd you play, all that kind of stuff." And he said Scholes, and to clarify which one, because there's one in the Huddersfield League as well. Didn't take the gloves today, did he? I mean, Curtis Sugden did that. I think he's very much seen Liam Thomas as one of the best glovemen in disability cricket, probably in the world, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's again, this is the first time I've met Tom, but I believe that he's a quality gloveman. But with Curtis having been the D40 keeper all year, I think it was felt that it would be the right thing to let him keep wicket today.
That's the thing, isn't it? This Yorkshire 11 does feature some players who don't play regularly for the county.
Yes.
Because of other commitments such as league cricket and things like that. That's a great shot, super shot from Curtis Sugden.
Beautiful.
Sainsbury just over pitching and with a little bit of width on offer as well. Sugden was able to pick up his first boundary. Yeah, so there's the likes of Liam Thomas, Jacobs don't play.
So Jake, I believe, plays. He's from Hull originally, I believe, and his family still live up this way, but he plays for Middlesex in the D4 as Jake. Liam doesn't. Henry Wainham has. They're all registered as Yorkshire players, but for other commitments they don't tend to turn out. And obviously Gordo retired last year, so he's come out of retirement for today's game.
I was speaking to Neil Bradshaw earlier on about Gordon's kind of contributions to Yorkshire cricket and disability cricket and all that kind of thing. From a teammate's point of view, just give me a view of how he's viewed.
Like the Messiah, I think is the best way of putting it. He's been a massive miss in the change room, just for the way that he brings the lads on, the way that he talks to them and brings them into the game, keeps everybody going for the full 40 overs. He's just, he's been there, he's done it, and everybody should listen to Gordon when you're on the field, because the experience is all there. So I can't speak highly enough of him. Again, he's another miss from this year. That experience walking out of the changing room after last year was a big thing as well.
You're 2 years in, aren't you, to your kind of disability journey in this team. Just tell us a bit about how you kind of got into disability cricket and all that kind of stuff. What your journey's been over the last few years.
So I know Alex, and having not played cricket against Owen Jervis for far too many years for me to want to actually say. And I know Alex from being at the Sheffield Steelers, so I started speaking to him. I've never realised there was a disability specific league as such until I saw the DPL final on Sky. So I started talking to him at a Steelers game, asked what it was all about, and I just sort of said to him, I've got a bit of an impairment. Not sure if it qualifies, and we'll just talk to my dad. So we did, fill my forms out, and I was given the classification. So it's something that I didn't really know about as such. And then I started last year.
Boundary for Yorkshire as we speak. Liam Thomas through the covers, aided by a little bit of a misfield. Count.
So I filled out my forms and turned up to Headingley from the first training session, not really knowing what to expect, if I'm perfectly honest, and had a right eye-opener as I got walloped on my toes at a rate of knots, first ball in the nets. And
really?
Yeah, that was Cam Cooper. I was like, my word, what have I done? Right. I might be too old for this.
So we've spoken quite a bit, haven't we, for Yorkshire website pieces and all that kind of stuff. You were a Hampshire School of Excellence cricketer.
I was.
Mainstream cricket, there was a possibility you could have made it. Right in thinking, Cole's disease, is that?
Yeah, it's a childhood disease, and my legs didn't grow straight. So for the first 4 years of my life, either one or both legs was in plaster at any one time to try and encourage my legs to grow straight. And nobody really looked at what had happened to my legs. I was just up and about and walking. Well, my auntie used to tell me off for walking sideways into it, and nobody really picked up on it. And it was an Achilles problem. I've had Achilles tendonitis, plantar fasciitis. I've got a knee issue, hip issue, and over the years, nobody really actually tried to look at. They were just trying to cure those problems. And then one physio said, I don't just want to ease your pain, I'd like to find out what causes it.
Sugden finds the boundary once again. He settled quickly.
Yeah, it was a case of I want to find the root cause rather than just treat it. So he measured one leg and then measured the other, and well, hang on a minute, let's have another look at that. And it ended up being that I'm nearly 2 inches shorter on my right hand side. So for 35 years I've been completely lopsided and completely out of line, which is what's caused all of those issues.
And you say you both, yourself and Alex, are both big Sheffield Steelers ice hockey fans, aren't you?
Yes.
Season ticket holders there.
Yeah.
So that was how you two came together. And
Yes, Yeah, Alex is a programme seller actually. He was chatting away to me in the block in between the period breaks, so I was like, I know you.
Yeah.
Let's have a chat.
Yeah.
Owen, I've known him for 21 years. I think I've been playing against Owen in the Bassett Roll League.
So you're Carlton and Lundrick Cricket Club, aren't you?
I
In the
am,
Basketball League. You're heavily involved there. Captain, first team captain, well, the only team.
The only team captain, yeah.
Yeah.
Officially, I'm stepping down from that.
Right.
I've missed quite a bit this season with illness and injury.
You weren't thinking you were going to play today, but you've got out there, had a bit of a ball.
Yeah, I think we'll let Kyle keep the figures on the screen that we're out there. I wasn't. I dislocated my finger 4 weeks ago, and for 3 weeks prior to that, I had some a nasty food poisoning bug, which was for the last 7 weeks I think I've missed, which has not been ideal.
It's a good job I'm not a doctor, because I saw that X-ray you sent me on WhatsApp last night, and I was thinking the question I asked you, are you on crutches?
I did wonder where that came from.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Are you on crutches? Are you able to get upstairs? Well, it's my finger. I'm not sure where it's going to start.
Yeah, I thought you broke your leg or something. Yeah.
If my leg looked that skinny, I think I'd be a lot thinner.
Anyway, there we go. So yeah, Yorkshire 37 for 2 after 5 overs, chasing 241.
I'll be the man.
Curtis Sugden and Liam Thomas together. Now I'll say England players present and hopefully England players future. That's potentially the hope for Curtis Sugden.
Can't see why not. Sometimes you meet young players and you think they've got a bit about them. Sometimes you meet players and you think you can't see where they're going to go wrong. I think Curtis, when he sits in the second captain, he's just got a great attitude to the game.
The success of Yorkshire Disability Cricket has been quite wide-ranging, hasn't it? When you look at the S9s, softball have won a title this year. The Regional North, you guys won the Quest a couple of years ago. Promotion the year before that. You know, it's been quite a wide-ranging thing, hasn't it? Which is great for the structure. It just shows that there is development there across all ability levels, in a sense.
Yeah, and there's lads that have come from the S9s that are now playing in the pursuit side. Jacob Grimes is definitely one that I've had at Carlton this year. That's played in the pursuit, and I believe Jacob started in the S9s. He's a CP lad, very tall, and he gets it right. He nibbles it around, and it's quite a handful to face. So yeah, there's definitely a pathway for everybody if they feel that they've got the ability to step up, then it's there for them. Shot.
Fair bit of ability in that shot. Thomas Hammer's Sainsbury down the ground. That was a kind of stroke that took it back to the first innings, really, because that was where Brendan Parr was so strong early on. I think he hit his first boundary down the ground off Cam Cooper. That's a shot, yeah. Not quite all the way. 4 nonetheless. Picked up length so quickly there, didn't he, Liam Thomas? Just swiveled on it and rode it round the corner. So how have Carlton done this year? What's the Bassett Roll League? How's that gone?
So after 3 straight promotions, we won the first 5 games and thought we were looking at a 4th straight promotion, and we've lost probably 9-10 on the trot. mixture of availability. I think some bigger clubs started to pay a bit more, not respect, that's not the right word, but they started to drop first team players into their second players this year, because we were doing quite well. And yeah, I've missed the last 7 games, I think. So, it's been a bit of a car crash for the last 2 months, if I'm honest. But they'll not go down, so that's a good way to. I mean, if you take a brand new club up 3 promotions and then settle yourself as a Division 3 side after 4 years, I think you've got to be quite pleased with that outcome.
So what level are you at now in the basketball league?
Division 3 of 6.
Right, so Division 3 of 6. Hypothetically, put your Yorkshire D40 side into that structure.
They'd be
Where do they play?
They'd easily be in the Championship.
Which is level.
Well, you've got the Notts Premier League 1, Notts Premier League 2, and then the Basketball Championship.
Right. So third tier.
Yeah, of the Nottinghamshire pyramid. You'd be hard pressed to find any outside of myself. I would suggest anybody that plays less than Championship level cricket for their club. Maybe Owen Morris is currently 3rd, which is still Division 2 of the Basketball League. So there's nobody that's playing in the Quest side that's playing the cricket. Really.
So there is quite a strong South Yorkshire element to this kind of disability side, isn't there? You know, that kind of region of the county, just on the verge of Nottinghamshire.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a few Nottinghamshire based players. Myself, Alex, Owen Morris are all Worksop and Mansfield based, so that's all North Notts. Camp Cooper's Pickering, and then Adnan's from Bradford, Curtis is Bradford as well.
The pull of the White Rose from Nottinghamshire.
Well, even better than that, we go further north, and Cam Sweeney comes down from Durham every week. So
yeah, well,
it's a wide-ranging county side.
Spin into the attack in the form of Ben Sutton, who is a physical disability World Cup winner with England. Different challenge now for Curtis Sugden, who's had the pace to work with. What's he like against spin?
Curtis loves to sweep.
Right.
Sweep and cut.
There we go.
Because he's quite a diminutive character, isn't he? So he likes to be on that back foot and just wait and use whatever pace is there and guide him into the gaps.
Mystic Matt strikes. First ball cut. Thomas defends and takes a quick single. I was mentioning before that quite a lot of you guys will have turned up this morning, I'm sure will have potentially had flashbacks to various moments at this ground that you've seen on TV and things like that. If there was one moment that you can highlight, what would it be?
I mean, I'm old enough to remember some of the 80s stuff and both of them with us, but for me it's Ben Stokes, isn't it? I mean,
I would imagine so. I would think that's fairly hard to beat.
Yeah, I know exactly where I was on the end of my sofa watching that.
4 runs. There's Tom Wilson chasing the ball down to the fine leg fence. He can't quite sort his feet out and ends up stepping over the rope with the ball in hand. The boundary to Yorkshire, who are 51 for 2, 50 up.
Yeah, of all the shots that Stokes played that day, it is that final shot where the whole of the Western Terrace is going absolutely bonkers.
And the vision was from from as we're looking at the ground now from the pavilion, it was over from the east stand looking onto the western terrace,
Yeah.
wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
just the whole place erupted.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers. I think the other one I was here when Joe Root might dropped his bat against India in the one day. Adil Rashid turned one round corners to defeat Kohli.
Yeah.
All about the mic drop celebration.
So had you been fit enough to bat today, then that might well have been the...
I'm not sure we'd have chased 240 down with me out there. Very acceptable bottle, James.
Piano's the man who sat in your seat to start us off this morning. Summarise his hot seat.
Pretty sure he had me out LBW first ball last year against the Tavs. And I felt rather fortunate not to be on my way back to the pavilion.
One of those where you were thinking about walking with.
And David Gower say to me, that must have been close, and I was like, well, I thought I might have been outside the line, and the umpire said it's going down the leg, and Gower just looked at me and went, probably somewhere in the middle then, wasn't it?
That was the Lord's Taverners game. That was the reward for you guys winning the title. And Monty Panesar played against you for the Taverners, and
Yes.
David Gower umpired. So Norman comes in. Middlesex title winner this season with the D40 Quest League. You guys have had quite the battles with Middlesex, haven't you? I think over the last couple of years.
Well, in terms of the league title, yes. Last year it was us and them, but both last year and this year the games have fallen foul to the weather. So I have yet to play against Middlesex. Had a couple of really good games against Hampshire, Sussex as well. Provide a couple of great games. Alfie Parr scored 100 against us this year, chasing down 220, I think it was, 205, 220, something like that. He batted brilliantly.
This might be a difficult one to catch you on the hop with. It's one of those where you might have to have a bit of a think about it, really. But if there was, having played against and maybe played with, if there were a couple of players, young players I'm talking now, who are ones to keep an eye on for the future, who would you identify? And I'm not just talking about York, the ones you've played against.
So I'm going to probably get his name wrong, and I want to say that his name's Jake at Sussex, a young spinner. He's unbelievable. Like the most, I think he's 14, he's tiny, and he's obviously PD when you look at him, and it is so very difficult to pick which way he turns the ball. And last year, Cam Sweeney and I faced pretty much his entire spell, and both of us just kept shrugging our shoulders. We didn't have a clue where it was going. He was absolutely unreal. He did exactly the same again this year. He turns it square. So for me, I'd suggest that he's definitely one to watch for the future. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't appear in the England shirt at some point.
I guess there will be plenty of talent knocking around the country, won't there? It won't just be him. There will be plenty of players who.
So there is
England will be really well stocked in the future.
Definitely, we came across players from counties that last year we comfortably beat Essex last year, and they absolutely smoked us this year, and it was in part largely to one batter who, I mean, Ronnie Jackson went crazy for a bit, but there was one lad that, I mean, he wore Adnan probably 3 or 4 times early on, and you thought it's just a matter of time before Adnan gets rid, or he plays a silly shot from the other end trying to release the pressure, and he just soaked it up brilliantly. He scored 90 odd. He was superb, and I think a lot of the counties, in my limited knowledge, have increased their talent pools and gone out and found good cricketers that fit the criteria, and I think things like the DPL final being on Sky, those opportunities that are being presented to cricketers, and things like today, right? This should be a massive pull for anybody in the Yorkshire region, that one day they could step out at Headingley and play a game of cricket, which is not something that everybody gets to do, right?
Jake Vosloo, is that the...
Jake Vosloo, yes.
There you go.
He's brilliant.
So he's the one to keep an eye on for people who are England fans thinking who's our next star of the future, or one of our next stars of the future.
Spinner turns it both ways, unreal.
Spin continues in this current England attack. And Sutton. We've got a platform here. It's almost the yin and yang, isn't it, here, between Liam Thomas and Curtis Sugden. Turning one through the gate.
I think
On the cut, and that's 4. It's missed everything. Yeah, it's missed everything, that. The binoculars on that. And yeah, definitely. But I think it might have even beat the under edge, actually. Fox keeper Stephen George.
Well, I thought for sure that Curtis had unfurled the Chinese cup that we all would love to be able to play whenever we wanted to. Connor Berry is the Essex chap. I thought he batted superbly, probably one of the best things we saw all season. Alfie obviously played very well for Sussex, but he's already in the England squad. And then when we played Lancashire, Tom Mescal and
You can't praise Lancastrians on this street, I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, Christian Collins and Tom Mescal put on a monster partnership, both scored hundreds, and they were very good.
We'll make an exception. Yeah, so Liam Thomas is saying yin and yang between these two. Liam Thomas has not quite set off like a train, but he's certainly ahead of the rate, and he's been aggressive. And Curtis Sugden has soaked up the pressure and has a start himself at 19 not out. Which is 78-2. Coming towards the end of the 9th. 79 for 2 at the end of the 9th. Sugden pushes a single out to just in front of point.
These two carry on for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was an imposing total that England put on the board. There was any doubt about that. But you know, this ground has shown many a time in white ball cricket, well, and in red. You look at the scores in the recent championship game. It's a good pitch for batting on.
It's such a quick outfield as well.
Exactly. Once you beat the infield, you know, the chances are you're going to get 4. Yeah, it's in fantastic. I think this is the best place in the country to watch white ball cricket.
Shot again.
And that's 4.
Curtis.
Similar to the pick-up shot that Liam Thomas played a couple of overs ago. Quite go as far in the air, but still the same result, 4 runs.
He's so good at that. Just sitting deep in the crease and working it round.
Yeah, I think this is the best place to watch white ball cricket in the country. think if there's an international here on September the 21st and England Australia, and I think fans will be in for an absolute treat if the weather's good. If the weather's like this, then
If it's like this, brilliant. Where's this been all summer?
I know, well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could be a fantastic occasion, that.
Went all the way to the Isle of Man to go on tour a couple of weekends ago. We've never seen rain like it. The pitch, there was genuinely a lake on the outfield.
I mean, despite all of the summer started horrendously, didn't it, weather-wise? I mean, you know, you look at league cricket. League after league was postponing and delaying the start of their seasons. And I remember speaking to Richard Robinson, the groundsman here, at the probably early March, and there were Yorkshire men had a couple of first team friendlies, late March, early April, and I said to him, could we be struggling for those games? And he was fairly confident by then. Now, I don't think there was, off memory, there wasn't a massive amount of cricket played early season. There was a championship game here that was disrupted against Leicestershire. But since then, I can't really remember a great deal of cricket. Yorkshire men, or Northern Diamonds wise, they've been rained off. The blast game at Lancashire rained off. The Diamonds had a game at Lyndon in Lincolnshire, rained off halfway through. But apart from that, I think we've been fairly lucky. So
I think most of the games have gone ahead. It's just that you've played cricket, I certainly do, to go and graze in the outfield in the sunshine. I mean, I've had thermals on, hand warmers, getting blown around all over the place. Alexa tells me that it's going to rain every single day between whatever time. But yeah, in terms of actual cricket being played, it's been played. I think most of the games have gone ahead, but the weather itself for playing cricket in has probably been the worst that I can remember. And then you get days like today, which is absolutely brilliant.
Thomas Cook's no run there. So what are we thinking now? Yorkshire are certainly ahead of the rate here. 83 for 2 after 10 overs. Another 158 to win. 65 stand between Sugden and Thomas. Sugden 24, Thomas 32. Where do you want to be with 10 overs left? What would you be confident of kind of reeling in the last 10 overs?
I'd like it to be less than 8. And that, with the batting that we've got, I mean, if Kyle comes off, Kyle Clayton, who can really smoke a ball everywhere on his day, if Kyle comes out to bat with 10 overs to go and 80 on the board, if he gets himself in, then he could be in for some fireworks, and that'll be a nice finish, I think.
There was a game here on Wednesday, Northern Diamond versus Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy that went right down to the wire. Fingers crossed we can get that one today as well.
I mean, even right down to Adnan, I think it's a big ball as well. But he is a man as well, isn't he? Shot. Owen Morris, very capable batsman. I'm trying to think of what else we've got there.
Owen's had quite a rise, hasn't he? I think. Captain of the second team, he is at Yorkshire, and still playing DPL cricket, so it gives you an idea of his capabilities.
Yeah, had a tough start to the season this year. Batted brilliantly at Sussex, 70 odd mile, really nice innings. Held us together there. He's very capable when he gets himself in and going.
I mean, of course, you guys are well in this chase, and you're missing three key players. Likes of yourself, Cam Sweeney, and James O'Connor as well.
Yeah, and Henry Wayman as well. Henry was due to play for us today, and a lot, whether it's other commitments or an injury, but Henry's not played today.
So again, the strength is highlighted by those who aren't playing as much as those who are in many ways. There's certainly strength and depth there. And that's out. Sutton goes. His composed innings comes to an end at the hands of James Norden. Stephen George, the wicketkeeper, who takes a smart catch. Yorkshire 89 for 3. Kyle Clayton coming in. So this is where, if Kyle Clayton can bat for get himself set, then there could be some Brendan Parr-esque fireworks, could there?
Yes, Kyle doesn't hit it quite as long and as high as Brendan did, but he can certainly hit a long ball. If Kyle bats for an hour, we'll be well and truly in the chase. Right.
He was another one who was part of your Quest title win a couple of years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think that was one of the key features last year. It wasn't just one person that did everything. Every game, somebody stood up and did something extraordinary. So you can look at Kyle scored 75 in no time against Hampshire. Cam Sweeney got 90 at Sussex. Gordon and Kyle put on 100 at Surrey before he got rained off. There was someone did something in every game that there was a match-winning performance. It wasn't always down to one person. So there's definitely capability across 1 to 11, if that makes sense.
How much have you enjoyed the challenge of captaincy this year? Your first in charge.
I've been a captain at club level. It's a bit different in a county environment. I think part of my journey over the last couple of years is understanding people's disabilities and what that means to them and the way that they portray themselves. So potentially in years gone by I'd have been less understanding because I've not been in that environment, and so that can be a bit of a challenge, especially with the LD lads and understanding their thought processes and stuff. So yeah, it's been a challenge, but it's always, from the day that I walked in and had my first net to now, I can't speak highly enough of the experience and the opportunities that it's presented over the last couple of years.
To call yourself a Yorkshire captain must be quite the thing, isn't it? Really,
yeah, it's a nice little thing. Nobody can take away from you.
Absolutely. Clayton just greeted with a little bit of extra bounce there from James Norden. Seemed to just take him by surprise a little bit, but the next ball was just defended out into the colours. Thought about the single, but was sent back by Liam Thomas. Bowled
So Carl Clayton's stay at the crease doesn't last long. Unfortunately, that chance of fireworks has disappeared, and Yorkshire, having set themselves a platform, are in danger of just maybe letting that position of encouragement slip with 2 quick wickets falling. 89 for 4.
Bob Hewitt potentially.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is Rob Hewitt. I clocked the helmet this morning. He's got a bright blue. Well, not bright blue, but it's certainly brighter than the.
And he always bats with a towel.
Always bats with the towel.
Out of his back pocket, mind his hand off.
Yeah. The old good dirt bat with a stick of rhubarb. Bat with the towel. We've got work to do as Rob Hewitt. 2-4-1 target.
He's opened the innings for us the last half of the season this year. Good job as well.
England LD playing.
What are his main strengths?
He bowls very acceptable leg spin. He's great in the field, and again, very, very composed batsman. Bob and I put on, I think, close to 100 against the Tabs last year. We were in spot bowler, so I just sort of said to him, just need to bat so that we're not embarrassed, and Bob just dug in. Yeah, he's, you can see why he plays for the England team.
Yeah, it must be great for you to, when winter comes, to be able to follow these guys around the world, from afar and see their performances and celebrate their successes in many ways as well.
Yeah, I loved the India Deaf Tour this year. I know that they didn't go away; it was at home, but it was absolutely fantastic to see Cam Swing make it into the England team. Unfortunately, that's what's caused his injury. But that was really nice to see Cam break into that side. The LD boys went to South Africa last year and played against Australia and South Africa and won it comfortably. The LD team, I don't think they've lost a series in forever.
I guess it must have been quite a big thing, especially for the deaf lads, because didn't they have their World Cup cancelled over the winter?
Yeah. So there were a couple of Yorkshire lads that were involved in that squad
and ready to debut as well. Which
ready to go.
A real kind of frustration for them.
I think it was a few days before they were due to travel as well. They got cancelled. I'm not sure I'd have taken it as well as some of those did.
Yeah, so to get the chance for somebody like Cam Sweeney to represent England finally in many ways, must have been a hugely proud moment.
Yeah, you couldn't wish to meet a nicer lad than Cam Sweeney.
He's played a bit of football as well, is that?
I believe so, yeah. He's friends with Jordan Pickford.
All right, okay.
Which not a bad friend to have, I suppose. Being an Everton fan, I don't particularly want to talk to him currently.
Yes, that wasn't the ideal result from you boys on Saturday.
That was great. I was umpiring because I can't play it. And I looked at the scores. There were 2 minutes, 3 minutes to go. I said to the lad filming at Spur Legacy, don't worry, there's time for Everton to lose this year.
Yeah, if we could forget about last Saturday's football results, that would be much appreciated.
Who was your team?
I'm a Bolton fan. So they didn't quite go particularly well on Saturday for us. They 2-0 up to Exeter.
At least you went 2-0 out of 3, get 3 minutes to go and lose.
Every trial, I suppose. Anyway, back to this game quickly.
Moving on from football, it's rubbish.
Yeah. Yorkshire 90 for 4 after 13 overs of 30. 241 target, so 151 more needed. You feel that Liam Thomas, who's 35 around, is absolutely vital to this chase. If he bats through, then Yorkshire have a chance. England International Physical Disability World Cup winner, Bradford lead cricketer. Inside edge onto his pad there. Nord, you keep working is the cry from just doing long off, I think. Down here. That's 4.
Shots on that. Again, just sat deep in the crease. Flipping over short form there.
Yeah, looks like he can use the pace, and we've seen that shot a couple of times, haven't we, already, or similar. So the D40 programme is complete for this year, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
We finished probably about a month ago, something like that.
Yeah, ends end of July, beginning of August.
No.
And that's the end of time.
Yeah, huge blow for Yorkshire as Thomas picks out backward point, and a wicket for James Norton. And that does leave Yorkshire in significant amount of bother at 94 for 5 in the 14th over. 241 target, looks a long way away. Not going to get your pads on.
Not clear to bat.
I'm presuming your injury kind of rules you out of league cricket at the moment, does it?
Yeah, I've been umpiring for the last few weeks, given a bit back. Hunter Con gamekeeper.
And you're an outer. I'm trying. A fast game's a good game approach.
Well, it is when I'm being paid, but but no, I tend to umpire on the side of the batsman and think along the lines of, if I was batting, am I going to feel like I've been absolutely robbed of my match fees? That's the fairest way, I think. And yes. So 3-4 weeks of umpiring now.
You've not given no, we do.
Oh, I've given some out. Gave one last weekend. I was waiting to give one out the first weekend and nobody appealed. Somebody say something and put my finger on.
So Jake Oakes is the new man at the crease. He's cricket in the Surrey Premier League. A native of God's Own County. So he's taken up the invite to come and play for Yorkshire today. The England internationals on show.
It's a long way, Jake.
Just got away with one there.
I thought he
Can't have missed by much that.
I think he was looking around wondering why the stump system in his head. So today's the first day that I've met Jake, but I saw him bat in the DPR final. It was his over towards the end of the innings, first innings in the DPR final last year that made it again. think it's
30.
Some big hits as well. That's ball.
That's been underway reasonably quickly, so there's still hope for Yorkshire yet, there's no doubt about that. But they desperately need a partnership. As Matt Bateman, Yorkshire's defaulted captain, was saying, Rob Hewitt has the ability to share in big partnerships, having done so with the man to my right in last year's Lord's Taverners game for Yorkshire. So if he can unite with Jake Oakes here, put on maybe 100, then Yorkshire are well in this game still.
Still to come, we've got Cam Cooper, he hit 60 in more than the run of ball that's Sussex this year. Very fine batsman when he gets going. And Luke Riley, again, very acceptable batsman. Owen Morris still to come. So yeah, there's still some batting to
Still plenty in the tank.
Just needs somebody to decide that they're going to be the man to be there come the 23rd over, 23rd, 24th over, and sort of shepherd the chase.
Ben Stokes' innings.
Very much so.
Not quite in the position that England found themselves in the latter stages of that Headingley test in 2019.
Frenchman for Rob.
Tom Wilson into the attack for England. Off spin. Beating cover, shorter at length. Hasn't quite found his length yet. Tom Wilson in his first two balls, a couple of short balls, and was punished. And we're right in the, well, not quite right in the middle of the DPL season at the moment, aren't we? It's coming towards its end, the final next week. It's a Fire Gardens. I was kind of thinking to myself that today's, the makeup of the two teams would probably leave it quite comparable to the standard that you'd see in the DPL.
I would have said so. Again, I've not been involved in the DPL. Age and mobility, I think, are my issues, but
comes to us all, don't worry.
but these guys are all DPL cricketers. I think one team's already into the final in the States, the Hawks. Possibly the Pirates are into the final already, and then I know that Kyle is close to a third successive DPL final. They need one win from their two games this weekend.
So it's a busy weekend, isn't it, for those guys who are in DPL action with, with this game on Friday, and then club commitments maybe, and DPL commitments as well. So Jake Oakes has settled quickly.
So, for instance, I know that Kyle's club, Higham, they need to win tomorrow to keep their promotion aspirations alive. So he's playing today, he's playing tomorrow, and then he'll get his car and he's off to, I think it's Loughborough potentially this weekend for a T20 doubleheader on Sunday.
So 15 overs through the Yorkshire innings, 30 overs in total. 107 for 5, chasing 241, so 134 in 15. Just a tick under 9 and over needed. And Jake Oakes is the man who's going to lead the charge in field. 12 not out of 8 balls, 3 boundaries. And you've got Rob Hewitt for company. I guess this is, the hope is that this is now the start of things here. If there can be more of these fixtures, not just at Headingley, but people will be seeing this and hopefully watching the stream around the country and thinking to themselves, well, we'd quite like to do that at wherever it be, I mean, it's Trentbridge, Derbyshire, all those kind of places.
There's one, Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire. I believe, I'm pretty sure they don't have a disability centre. And what a wonderful place that would be to play cricket. And Nottinghamshire is again a fine county. So
You might be Nottinghamshire based, but don't start defecting now.
Oh, I'm not defecting anywhere. I've got my cap and my shirt. It's not going anywhere else. But no, it's you have to wonder that big counties like that should really be encouraging this type of cricket. There's no reason why they can't. There's some exceptional clubs across Nottinghamshire, and that there must be an appetite within those clubs to put something like this on, as in a disability function. And that's one of the counties that you would expect to really throw something behind it. But I just think this is a great advert for disability cricket. And it's not a poor standard, and I think that's the thing that I try and explain to people. And you say disability cricket to people that don't understand what it is, and they automatically sort of head to one side. Oh, that's nice. Disabled people play cricket, but that isn't the case. It's good cricketers with an impairment. And they're given an environment to showcase their skills. I think it's. We've had many conversations about my thoughts on the whole setup. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you said you would throw Yorkshire's team into the upper echelons of a quite a thriving league structure in many ways. A deep league structure gives you an idea of the standard that it is.
Yeah.
We've seen a fantastic innings today from a hugely talented cricketer in Brandon Parr. And hopefully
we're getting some not shabby bowlers on my ad.
Absolutely. I mean the conditions are there for him. I mean, it's it's a batter's day. He still has to go and do it.
If you could roll that up and take it around with you every day as a batsman, you'd be quite pleased. But I mean, look at who he's faced today. And we've got Adnan, who's Pakistani deaf bowler, got a 10 in the Bradford League. He's a more than exceptional bowler, and he's just. I think one shot for me that sticks in the mind is he got on his back foot and pulled him through mid-on. How do you pull Adnan at that pace through mid-on? So,
it's going to need something similar from one of these Yorkshire players to get the county over the line. You never know. Norman continues. It seems to have been longer than 4.1 hours, I have to say.
It's because he keeps taking wickets. I think also I'd like to see not just this fixture as a mainstay every year, but I'd like it'd be nice if the Yorkshire D40 squad was able to actually play a fixture here and year, like Sussex play at home once a year, Surrey play at the Oval. I'm not sure if Middlesex do get a game at Lloyd's, but you know what I mean? There's opportunities in other counties, and I appreciate appreciate that there's a lot to put a game on
It said to me, I did a kind of preview with her, and I can't remember whether I included it in the preview a couple of weeks back to kind of announce that this fixture was happening. But she did say that, it'd be great if, there was more double headers. For example, like you've got next week the DPL final on the same day at Sophia Gardens as an England-Australia T20.
Yeah.
Why not play a double header before a blast game or something? Play a T20 game. I guess the problem with that is that at county level, you guys don't play T20 cricket, do you? It's all
T20s or the DPL.
Yeah. So I guess it would have to be a kind of friendly game rather than a competitive game, a Quest League game, for example. But why not? Put county ground with the 100, the blast, the championship, women's cricket, all that kind of stuff. Are busy places during the summer. I'm sure there are plenty of things that go into planning and trying to fit games in. But
trying to find any space in the calendar for somewhere like here must have been a logistical nightmare. But again, a great effort from everybody to put it on. But it would be nice. And just talking about the DPL final, by the way. So the last 2 years that's been on before the ladies ODIs, which has been great. But what an incentive to make the final to be on at Sophia Gardens before England and Australia in the men's stuff.
It was allowed in the Western Terrace. It's the Yorkshire Club photographer Alan Mackenzie from SWPix.
Sure.
Just the one from Jake Oakes.
Somebody stretching deep mid-wicket boundary.
No. QN. It's funny, with the cricket and superstitions, you say that Rob Hewitt bats with a towel, and you can see a green towel out of his back shirt.
I've never once seen music, by the way.
No, it's just cricket and superstitions. Have you got any cricket and superstitions? Or?
Never open. That's it. Four is my spot. I don't like batting around. I will do if I'm nasty, but that's I don't feel comfortable.
That's the captain's prerogative. I'm not getting.
Superstitions. I always put my left pad on before my right. And if I start accidentally with my right, I'm going to take it.
Should be for that. Yeah, so Oakes picks the gap. Seems to be a fairly productive area down there towards the old pavilion, just wide of the Howard stand. Boundaries seem to have gone down there today. I think you're going to be replaced in the next couple of minutes by.
Go and get a drink. And,
thank you very much for your time, boss.
I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Jervis. Always a pleasure, Graham.
Yorkshire legend Alex Jervis about to join us.
Take us through, Jervis. See you later, Graham.
See you later. How are you? How did you assess the first part of this game? You got a couple of wickets there. And
yeah, a couple of wickets down. Quite well, really.
Yeah.
Brendan Parr played a fantastic knock.
He's in some form. He is in so much form. I'm playing in the DPL with him. He's a pirate with me, and I'm so glad he's on my team.
Yeah.
Then bowling against him, it's a big unit. Can hit a long ball.
For everything that you've done in your career, Ashes, World Cups, England caps aplenty, Yorkshire title winner, personal awards, trips to Kenya for charity work. Where does this rank today?
Up there with all of it. Probably about playing at Lord, playing in Australia and Johannesburg this winter was up there. Playing against the majority of my teammates or people who I know in the disability team, it's up there. Probably won't get as high as playing in Australia or as high as playing at Lords, but it's up there with my personal awards as well. Oh dear,
That's gone. Yeah. Jake Oakes been bowled
by Alfie Pyle.
Yeah, so Pyle into the attack, and his second over starts in the ideal fashion from his point of view. Not so from Yorkshire's.
116 for 6.
Work to do for the home side. 125 more to win. I mean, it's the development of disability cricket, I would say probably post-COVID in many ways, certainly in Yorkshire, has really skyrocketed, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
With the successes and the players coming in, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and my dad's just had a phone call whilst this game's been going on about a possible new player.
Oh.
Yeah, for the S9 team. So we have, in Yorkshire we have 3 teams. We have the Quest team, which is the D40 first 11. Then we have a Yorkshire Pursuit side, which is the second team, which is people who are either coming up or just not quite at the level of playing against England players, which basically are in the Quest. And then we have a group called S9, who are actually the S9 North regional champions this season. Beat Cheshire in the final at my favourite ground of Broughton Hall in Cheshire.
All right, yeah. I've covered a couple of games there, yeah.
But my ODI debut there against South Africa.
Do you know what? I think I might have watched that. I certainly covered you at Chester Broughton Hall against Australia.
Yes.
2015, 16,
17.
Yeah, it might well have been. You went around.
17.
You went around the Cheshire grounds.
Yeah. 17.
Nantwich.
Yeah, 17 was a good year for me. Got a bit of a story. So I've done the Alan Shearer to the coaches, but there's actually a bit of a backstory to that. So on the Saturday we were having a training game with the first game on the Monday. I got sat down with another player and got told, you're playing the first game, you're not playing the second game, and we're taking the series from there. So again, first game of the series in ODI against South Africa. We weren't at the best start at 30 odd for 1, then it rained, and then I was given the ball and took 5 for 46. That's my best international wickets and best bowling figures.
Yeah. So we've got Owen Morris as the new man at the crease, and he's joined Rob Hewitt, your LD international teammate. Rob Hewitt.
Yeah, he is. He's a good teammate as well. Had some battles again in nets against each other, and it's pretty even with his bowling, his batting, my batting, his bowling.
Pyle continues. Crispy struck out to deep cover.
Morris, Yorkshire's D40 second team captain, is underway. Tough work out there for the bowler today. To get a couple under your belt must have been very pleasing.
Yeah, it was really. Just being out there was pleasing, to be honest.
So you're, am I right in thinking you're at Clumber Park? Is
Yes.
That's your
Yeah, it
that's
is
your
my
league
club. Yeah, my league club. My availability hasn't been that great for Clumber this year. Work and other commitments, kind of. Cricket for me has been on the back burner. I've been more into my new job, which is working at the theme park, and that's going pretty well. I like working there. I don't call it work.
testing out the rides and all that kind of stuff.
I don't actually. I only test one ride every so often. The rest rides doesn't need testing. It's just it's mainly for kids, so kiddie rides. It's just creeping up to.
It is, yeah. A couple of. There's a decent start. There was a platform, wasn't there? And then, two down. You were kind of thinking to yourself, Yorkshire were in with a chance here, and then lots of 4 wickets at kind of key times too have really set the hosts back. But you never know. Lots of special things have happened at this venue in years gone by, across all formats. So it's still possible. Morris thuds that one down to wide long on for a single. He didn't time it quite as well as he hoped, as indicated by the kind of replaying of the shot as he gets to the non-strikers and wants to hit that much straighter. And that one's to cover. It's Chris Edwards there, covered the England captain for the day. So what's your winter looking like? What's
a lot of training. There's 4 at Edgbaston in the winter, 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, and then 1 at Loughborough, spread out across the winter starting in November. Still got a few games to go ahead in the Disability Premier League. I've got a game on Sunday, 2 games on Sunday. I'm in the Pirates playing the Black Cats and the Tridents, 10:30 start in the morning, and then a game in the afternoon. And then the Pirates of the Disability Premier League has qualified for the final at Cardiff again.
So 2 international grounds in two Fridays.
Yes, in the space of 7 days, which is going to be
Quite a thing.
quite a thing. But this season, playing it, well, if you go back to the winter in October, playing in South Africa at Johannesburg, then playing at Edgbaston this summer, playing at Headingley, and then the game at Cardiff, is not bad for just an amateur disability cricketer.
We were talking to Matt about the kind of feelings around the squad this morning as you turned up, and he said, if anybody says there weren't nerves, they're lying. I suspect, though, that having played at the grounds that you've played at, whilst I'm sure there still would have been nerves, it would have been a bit easier for you to cope with than perhaps others who were playing at international ground for the first time.
Yeah, a lot of people say I'm a big game player. If it's a big game, I turn up, and doesn't go wrong usually. It went wrong a little bit at Edgbaston, but that was my first game, my third game of the summer, and first time in an England shirt since the Tri-Series in South Africa as well. So I've been in and around the England squad as such, but not played many games, not done many training sessions. So I wasn't really on the ball, but now I've played the DPL, I was ready to go today. Shot for none.
Yes, it was a good shot for none.
I mean, just needs to keep his head on here. He's batting pretty well. Just a new man into the crease. Bit frustrated is it that straight to the century guy for the England team, Brendan Parr.
How highly rated is Owen in the setup? Because he's, you know, he's second team captain. He's a young lad. He's played DPL cricket. It's a good shot. Parr, an old-fashioned boot.
It's a long way down for him to get down.
It certainly is. Yeah, he's a man mountain, isn't he? That phrase has been used about 4 or 5 times on the stream already. Man mountain today.
Yeah, in the DPL, its nickname's Fridge, so we just call him the Fridge.
Yeah.
He's so chilled, but he can bat as well.
Yeah. No, so how highly rated is Owen Morris?
Just needs to. He's got a bit of a chirp on this season, being the only Hawks LD player of a non-international to be retained in the draft for the Disability Premier League. He's nervous. He's young. Just needs to get his head switched on more into cricket and less about different people's personality and egos within the game.
Yeah.
If he gets that, he'd be a decent cricketer.
It's like he's got the tools to be a very good cricketer and to develop and to be a mainstay of Yorkshire structure, like somebody like yourself has over the last few years. Got it all there in front of him.
Yeah, just incredible not he wants it that much, and if we will actually take on board that who are trying to help him, if he takes it on board, he will do very well.
So that's what happens with all the young guys, isn't it?
Young Curtis, who opened the baton today, he's had a fairly good season, first time playing disability cricket.
Yeah, he looked a really good player. Looked like he'd eased into this environment very, very quickly today. As Hewitt can't get that spin away. Trying to work with the lack of pace in many ways, or counter the lack of pace from Wilson, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, Tom's another England learning disability player. He's gone through quite a lot of issues lately, but it's glad to see him back in an England shirt and bombing pretty well as well.
Yeah, he took a couple of balls to find his length, didn't he? He was a little bit short early doors, but he seems to have got himself into a decent rhythm now. So,
Does help playing as a spinner.
Absolutely.
Getting the overs in.
Absolutely.
I hope Owen actually learns a little bit about Tom Wilson's pace or lack of. So Owen's thought, this is good cricket by the Yorkshire, bit of a misfield and some overthrows.
Yeah, something which Yorkshire had to contend with right at the start of this game actually. Overthrows, but benefiting from it there. Good thinking. So yeah, go on. You were saying about Owens.
Yeah. So I'm hoping he's learning a little bit from an international bowler here who is also learning disability. Pace isn't always good. Having a slower black off pace is also quite useful for a spinner.
I'll toss it up. It's the old Jeremy Snake moon ball of days gone by, the former Leicestershire and England spinner. So that's something that Owen can develop, is it? He bowls it as a spinner with a bit more pace, does he?
Yeah, he does. I've said now and again, just slow it down or just toss it up and just see what happens. Bobby tries to pull Tom Wilson, but doesn't get hold of it.
That's the thing, isn't it? You know, if you get hit for 6, it's not the end of the world, is it? You know, at times you can buy wickets and what have you. So it's
Yeah.
you know
In my 5th over, I went for quite a few sixes, but Liam Thomas almost got to the catch. It would have been a fantastic catch, getting rid of Brendan Parr, but instead it didn't happen and decided to hit me into this stand a few times.
Yeah, I don't think you were the only one, to be fair. I think he took toll on a few balls today. It was a fantastic knock. Every credit to him. But Yorkshire kept plugging away.
At the end of the innings, I said 240 is probably about par on this wicket.
Yeah, so you'd have been fairly, on that basis, you've been fairly confident of.
Yeah, but just hasn't happened. England bowlers have shown why they're in the England team, and it must be nervous for a few of these lads as well, playing at quite a high stadium ground as well. I think there's only two who played at Lords early in this year. Chris Edwards, who's also the captain today, my old roommate on tours as well when I first started in Australia.
Right.
That was his roommate. But as my experience has got more, I'm now looking after the newer teammates, as that's
Yeah, that's 4. Yeah.
4 off the bat.
Yeah.
Bit leg-sidey from Alfie Pyle.
Yeah, Morris. See, I wonder whether, do you know what? I wonder whether that's come off the back of the bat, because it was down leg side, and it seems to have beaten the fielder down there. It was fine leg, but it seems to have beaten him at third man, so I wonder whether it's interesting to see a replay of that, to see whether it was off the back of the bat. Anyway, whatever it was 4, so bonus for Yorkshire, who progressed to 132 for 6 in 21st over. So I suspect the victory's probably out of the equation now, but
the idea now is to bat out the overs and to just show that we can actually play as a team. We haven't had a great season this year.
here we go, replay. So
It's almost the front of the bat behind him.
yeah, maybe the angles are quite deceptive.
Glove. I think glove. Shot.
That is a good shot. That's 4 runs. Oh, there's no wondering where that one went. It's thudded down the ground. Fantastic shot from Owen Morris.
Yeah, Alfie's just ducking his head there. He's just making sure it doesn't hit him in the head. Nowhere near the catching opportunity.
That's it. 14 has Owen Morris.
And that's him out. Trying to go big again. We need the runs, so Don't mind that. Just one too many.
We're switching, William.
Yeah, so a revolving door policy in the middle is the same in the commentary box. So Alex is going to be replaced in a moment or so. So yeah, I think
Just see who comes out to bat. Cameron Cooper.
Cameron Cooper.
Yeah, Cameron Cooper's coming out to bat now.
So yeah, we've seen him in action with the ball. Bit of pace this morning, early doors. Thought he was particularly impressive with his first spell, and then came back at quite a difficult time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
When
Really.
par was really kind of starting to motor. So yeah, looks like he's a bowler with a high ceiling. 7 down Yorkshire. So yeah, it's a fairly big day for everybody involved. One that, okay, Yorkshire aren't going to win, but it's been a hugely enjoyable one for
Yeah,
everybody.
100% enjoyable. I just hope that Yorkshire County Club and the YCB actually have a good look and go, okay, it's not just these guys are actually good cricketers.
Yeah, well, I think that's been fairly evident today, and evident over the last couple of years, given the success that you guys have had in winning the Quest League.
Good Yorker to finish the over.
Yeah, good York. And well kept out.
As it's the end of the over, I'm going to get replaced.
So best of luck for for next summer, the winter, and the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Enjoy Cardiff.
I will. I'll try.
How are you? You okay? Yeah, good. You? Yeah, good. So tell us a bit about yourself. What's your journey been like over the last year or so with?
Yeah, it's been one of a good one, lots of change.
Yeah.
So, D40 cricket Yorkshire, ups and downs, bit of a different role in the middle order than holding the batting, and then back with the Tridents for the DPL.
Yeah.
So, and change clubs to Headingley this year.
So you've come over from Lancashire, haven't you? You're
Yeah.
a Lancashire lad. Another one, I tell you.
Yeah, I come not last year.
You've seen the light.
I come last year for a bit of a change and a bit of a just see what impact I can have. So yeah.
How have you enjoyed it? I mean, winning that winning that title must have been quite outstanding. I think when you go to Man trying to find out results at the end of this time, you'd actually won the title because Lancashire needed to be bowled out for cheaply. You were able to find out scores and things like that.
Yeah, so I was driving back from Surrey and it was just like going up the M1, it was bedlam with the rain. And one of the Sussex lads, his dad kept phoning me, going, I'm like, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. And I didn't hear anything for about 10 minutes and I'm like, it could have gone either way. And he phoned me and went, Kyle, I went, what? Like, you won't believe it. And then literally I was just like, get in. Put the phone down, rang the skipper, rang the coach, and I was like, lads, we've done it.
Yeah.
And then everyone was just like, we've gone from being very low, you know, the things are being rained off, we're a point behind where we needed to be.
So basically, in that final round of games in 2023, you needed to go down to Surrey, win the game. It got rained off. That opened the door for Lancashire. They needed to be bowled out. They needed, if they won the title.
Yeah.
But they got bowled out very cheaply by Sussex, and you were the man who broke the innings.
Yeah, pretty much.
Perfect.
So I had a good time out with the bat and then on the phone on the way back, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got, is it Jody Williams? Yeah, it's all in there to
Yeah, so, there's Jordan Williams to Bob Hewitt. Cam Cooper with him, who's yet to get off the mark. Hewitt on 10. Yorkshire 138 for 7 in the 23rd of 30 overs, chasing 241. So I think we can safely say that target's out of the equation, but still, Yorkshire have put up a very good effort today against an experienced England side full of Ashes winners, World Cup winners, and showcase the talent that they've got. So that's one play by Cooper. So yeah, I mean, it's not quite matched that performance, has it, this summer? But still, it was a different look team.
Yeah, we've been in a bit of a change this year, I'd say. Like change, passing of the guard with Gordon going, retiring at the end of last season. Curtis coming, young lad wicketkeeper bat who's been, immense in both pursuit and quest teams. And then you've got a young spinner called Down who's not playing today as well. So trying to find a good balance in the side. Batting lineup's changed a little bit this season as well. So Bobby's opened with Curtis for most of it. So it's just trying to find that balance again. So I don't think we're not too far off. We've had Amdan come in towards the back end of the season, which is, it's helped us massively to have Pakistan international quick bowler is always, you'd rather be on your side than against you.
So 139 for 7. Myself, Graham Hardcastle, joined by Kyle Clayton. Am I right in thinking that you, as a charity cycle, is that
Walk.
Charity walk?
Yeah, so I walked from here.
Explain a bit about that.
Yeah, so walked from Headingley to Lords over 5 days.
Right.
So that was, challenging. Did it for mental health awareness.
Right.
So yeah, it was really good.
And that was
March.
right.
Yeah, March 22nd or 23rd.
Right.
Took us 5 days to the end of March.
Right.
So yeah, really good. Not good prep before a season, especially with dodgy legs and backs. But yeah, it was.
So how many of you were involved in that?
So there was 2 of us walking, me and one of my ex-army mates, Mark, and then Richard, the England physio, came on the second day, patched us up and helped us. He stayed with us until the final day.
Right.
So yeah, really good.
How much did you raise for that?
So we raised just over £2,500, which is immense in the support and backing we've had, and that goes down to we'll go into schools now and give talks about mental health, how to talk, how to open up about it. So yeah, it's been good.
Pink for pace. Cam Cooper. So yeah, that must have been quite a rewarding. What was that? Just straight from Headingley to Lords, or did you call in at various county grounds on the way?
So we walked from here to. So the first day was to Rotherham, then to Corby, Bingford and Bedford in some type of order, and then on to Lords. So the other 2 cricket grounds we see was Headingley and Lords. Unfortunately, by the time I got to Lords at 9:30, it was just illuminated. But yeah, it was very rewarding. So would I do it again? Yes, but maybe not so close to the season.
Right. You've got a busy weekend coming up, haven't you?
Yeah, so playing tomorrow, I'm first team, promotion challenging game, so we need to win to keep our promotion hopes alive. DPL on Sunday, massive first game against the Hawks, Tridents for the Hawks. Hopefully we get through that game, and then it's road to Cardiff.
Well, you could be facing out.
Yeah, well, I faced him on Sunday and he got me out first ball. So.
Oh, right, okay, we'll gloss over that.
Yeah, well, Jake Oakes caught me at backward point with a stunning catch, so yeah, it's one of them, you know, when you're playing cricket at this level, people don't realise how high the standard actually is. And some of the, you know, top players like Brendan Party, they get 130, 135, I think he ended on. But some of the hits won't look out of place in a big bash or county game.
I thought he'd be caught behind, you know, when he walked off. Just the kind of reaction when it all happened. I thought he'd edge behind, but then realised that he just retired not out. So,
Protecting the average. Always been bold.
He has. Yeah, that's Cam Cooper gone.
Looks like he's chopped on there.
And wicket for Williams. And Yorkshire 8 down. So the end is night. 144 for 8 in the 25th.
And Luke Riley coming up to bat now.
So for a Lancastrian playing at Headingley, what does it mean?
To get a game in, you know, it's great. Like I've always said, it's one of the grounds I'd like to play at, just because of the nostalgia, the history. You know, you have to go back to Ben Stokes' innings a couple of seasons ago to be on the field where, you know, greats who you look up to. And borders are borders. Like there's always, any game I play for Yorkshire, there's always someone saying, "Oh, how can you be putting that on?" Like, you know, it's white rose, red rose. But it's people. I'm a United fan, so people say, "Oh, it's like you going to Sports Day," and I'm like, "Yeah, but it's different in a way."
When Lancashire come here in the Blast, and Lancashire fans Lancashire players are fielding over there, there's a danger that they might get hit with like shoes and things like that. They get thrown.
So I was actually here this year for it.
Yeah, so you've avoided that. So
They look pretty straight.
yeah, it's just right. It might have just been going down legs.
Stevie George is asking for a review there.
Quite deceptive action, hasn't he, Williams? It almost looks like a little bit like he bowls off the wrong foot. To just work out whether he does or not. Let's have a look. Let's see. He does.
He's probably one of the most consistent bowlers on the circuit.
Really?
Yeah, you can throw the ball at any stage and you know what you're going to get with your eye. So he's been in the England PD squad for years. Plays his cricket at Denton West. So he's playing good level cricket.
Is that for first team level as well?
First team, yeah. Prem cricket.
Yeah. So GMCL. Greater Manchester Cricket League over there.
Short, Bobby. Sorry.
They're in the same. Might be in the same league as my old club over there. I used to play at Bradshaw in Bolton. So yeah, I've been admonishing you being Lancastrian myself. I've got something to admit myself. So am I. But anyway, there we go. So yeah, Yorkshire Presidents 11, 148 for 8, with 5 overs remaining. Just a little over 5 overs. It's been a long day as well, hasn't it? It's been absolutely perfect weather-wise.
Yeah.
Not been any better.
It's deceivingly hot out in the middle.
Right.
Very hot. The lovely bit of shade down at the Howard stand that I was fielding about quite some time. But coming with the shade becomes a little bit slippy down there as well. So
Okay. So Hewitt and Riley at the crease in the dying embers of this game. Fantastic occasion at Headingley, the first ever disability fixture to be hosted on this ground. Hopefully the first of many.
England are going to win it on the back of posting 240 from their 30 overs, with fantastic century from the opener Brandon Parr, and on the back of that Chris Edwards as well with a half century, their captain, England's learning disability captain, and they've just chipped away at the wickets since then and just kept Yorkshire in check. There was a period where Yorkshire had a platform at 70 for 2, and then England just chipped away at the wickets and are going to win this game. So you're going to get promoted at Higham, is that the confidence of that?
Had a little bit of a setback last week. We lost when we shouldn't have really. So we go in and change in about the 5%ers. So we play Sheffield Collegiate this weekend. So hopefully we put on a show and get the win. They're just above us. So it means then that we take points from them. We're still in with a chance. Oh, Bobby.
Miscue. Looks like a leading edge.
It's off the toe of the bat, straight back to the bowler.
And Cadell strikes. So Yorkshire 9 down now. 149 for 9.
Adnan
Ghani. From what I've heard about him, I don't think he's going to die wondering at the end, is he?
He can bat.
Right.
Yeah, he bats very well. He plays in the Huddersfield League for Fongsbridge, and he tells me he can bat very well there.
That's what all number 11s do.
Yeah. Every week he's telling me he's got 30 or 40 runners. So.
You check that on Play Cricket.
Yeah, he sends it. Right. So he's a good player, and like I say, to have someone of his abilities and calibre within our side certainly helps.
That's the great thing, isn't it? That yes, there's been a change in the kind of focus for the D40 Quest side this year. Perhaps a little bit more on progression than performance. Looking at the likes of Curtis Sugden, Darren Hurst-Spalding, people like that coming through, who are going to be the next generation. But within that, you still need to add and sprinkle bits of experience. And clearly Adnan, who's come in his first year, is a very experienced cricketer, so he's going to add a lot to the structure.
Yeah, massively. Like, he's been possibly the second best stand-up player in our side, with his knowledge, on fielding placements, etc. He's added a lot of value, and that's it. He's just chipped over a backward point there for 4. So yeah, he's added a lot of value. But like I said, Curtis there as well, young wicket-keeper batter. He's definitely one to watch on the disability circuit. I don't think it will be too long until we see him in a England setup. Hopefully for him, or it was certainly the DPR next year.
So this is a very big day for him, really. All right. He might not be thinking to himself that he's that close, because you never do you? As a individually, but clearly it will give him a massive amount of confidence that he's able to hold his own against some top quality players.
Yeah, massively. And like I say, when he's opening the batting, especially against the white ball, we don't really play with the white ball at D40. It is a pink ball, so he's probably not used to it as well. And I thought he held his own early on as well, so it's a lovely shot.
So yeah, it's clear that Kyle's right. Adnan Ghani can certainly bat. Bit too much to do in terms of the actual match result here, though. 154 for 9 Yorkshire, with 4 overs remaining, 2-4-1 targets. That's out of the window. But 15-20 minutes at the crease will do no harm at all for Ghani and Riley. This is the time, isn't it? Whereas, cricket's a team game and all that kind of stuff, but this is the time where you can just look after yourself. you know, just back for yourself now.
End of the season, time at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they've both got big games at the weekend. Luke's with me with the Tridents, and Adnan's got a league fixture at Fongsbury, so it's, you know, it'll help him. And also just being able to soak it all in out there. Something I didn't do when I was batting, unfortunately. But it's, you know, when you're out there, it's surreal. It's like a pinch me moment, but I think everyone's took to it well.
What's the pitch playing like? How would you assess that?
It's right, a bit stuck in a little bit. One that popped up on me off a length, I was a bit surprised at.
Yeah, it was first or second ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, second ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bit of movement out there as well.
Yeah.
So it was a bit strange with, you know, it's not really humid, it's hot, and there's no cloud cover, so you wouldn't expect it, but the wicket's green as well. But we was happy with 230, 240 before that was par.
Right.
So
And it was indicated by that kind of platform that was kind of created early doors, wasn't it? When Liam and Curtis were together. Liam Thomas and Curtis Sullivan.
yeah, I thought they batted really well as a pair. They read the situation of the game very well.
And that's it, unfortunately, for Yorkshire, as Luke Riley cuts Williams to point, and Yorkshire 155 all out. 85 run defeat here at Headingley to an England Pan Disability 11 in the first ever disability fixture at Headingley. The star of the show, clearly Brendan Parr, with a first innings century. He was absolutely fantastic, destructive, and one of the most entertaining innings we've seen at Headingley across all formats this summer. And then they chipped away at the wickets, the England side, and limited Yorkshire to say 155 all out. Plenty to be encouraged by from the White Rose side. Just the experience of being on the Headingley field as much as anything else. But, so yeah, just to sum it up, really enjoyable day, useful experience, and something that hopefully can be repeated in the years to come.
Yeah, massively. Like, the aim of today was to showcase disability cricket. I think we've done that very well. You know, I hope we can get a game on next season and it be a regular fixture. However, how that looks like in, you know, if it's another England Pan Disability game, or if it's a D40 game, would be great. But, you know, for us to be out here today, that's just, you know, that's for the lads in the dressing room, that meant everything to them. For all the hard work we've been put through for the last 2 years. So yeah, I think today, massive tick in the box for everyone who's, you know, played, and a massive thank you to Jane Powell, to the ECB, for putting this showcase on.
Perfect. Well, good luck for the next week or so. Hopefully in a week we're watching you on TV at Cardiff, prior to that England-Australia T20 international.
We go 3 from 3.
Yeah, and hopefully we see you in action next year for a title-chasing Yorkshire side. That would be brilliant again in the Quest League. But from Headingley for now, thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, there's a few more important Yorkshire fixtures coming up over the next couple of weeks, whether it be the men's first team or the Diamonds. But today's all been about the Yorkshire Disability structure, and what a fantastic show they've put on. So yeah, see you soon. Cool. I'm following down.